Hello everyone, and it's been a while. Welcome to another Mac84 live stream. I'm Steve. Hope you guys are all doing well. We've got a bunch of people in the chat already. So hello Trina, hello Classy Mac, hello Jordan, hello Garth, hello Zombie Geek 33, hello iAppleGuy, Snowcuber04, Nolan. Oh, there's a bunch of you guys. Jeez, Josh. Let's see, Walter. A big shout out to Tech and Music. Eep! Thank you very much for the super chat. That was very, very welcome. I know you can't be here, but when you wake up, Eep! That one's for you. So thank you. And who else? Bunch of other people. So Raw Elements, Walter B, Quack. Yep. All right, cool. So today, let me get my window situated here. There we go. Maybe no. Let's put that over here. Let's do that. There we go. Okay, so actually no, I need to be able to see myself, otherwise I don't know what I'm showing. Oh, you like the intro? Thank you. Yeah, I've been playing around with that for a while. It's been fun. So okay, so today I did a video about this not too long ago, and then I looked at the actual video on YouTube and I realized I did it in 2018. So I'll explain what these are in a minute, but I did do a video on, let's lower this a little bit. I did do a video on this box here, but I didn't really talk too much about this box up here. So we're going to be talking about these boxes today. And these are, well, there's a few names for them. Some people call them Apple set-top boxes or Apple STB, or people call them Apple interactive television boxes and stuff like that. So basically, there's a few names for these things. Essentially, what they were trying to do here was Apple was trying to bring out a box like this with an LC040 processor or a similar processor and make like an interactive web TV type kiosk, catalog viewing, whatever the heck, that plugged into your TV. So think of it as like a cable box or an electronic web TV type interface thing where you connected to a network. But it wasn't necessarily an Apple TV. Now, an Apple TV is very, 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 very different. Apple TV has built-in storage and whatever. This was designed to stream content from like a hotel or let's say a telecommunications provider, etc. So very different use cases here. Apple was pretty far along in the process. You could see how nice and well refined this thing is, as compared to the other one below it, which we'll go into in a second. But ooh yeah, I would take care of that battery leakage, Nick. Don't leave that there. So this thing is from 1995. This is the later model here, and this is pretty much a very late prototype. I believe this is the version 3 prototype. And so we have a bunch of ports on the back, a bunch of video ports. So we have a power connector here. We have a HDI 30 SCSI connector. We have 2 SCART jacks, which have do not remove labels out them. SCART is the video standard over in Europe and other places. We just don't have it really here in the US. And this is RF out, RF in, just standard definition coaxial. A network port, which is not an Ethernet port, but it uses an RJ45 jack. We'll talk about that a little later. Serial port, S-video, output, video, composite out, left and right, audio out, and then there's a few other things here. So where did I get these? Well, let's start with this one here. So I got this one first. I believe it was about 2006, 2007, maybe 2008, something like that. These were on eBay. A bunch of them were on eBay. They were very plentiful. This guy must have cleared out an old closet or an old company or whatever, and they were $50 each. Now, just curious, before I went live here, I went on eBay. There are 2. One is $260 and one is $350. In my opinion, this should not be sold for more than $20, $30, $40, maybe $50. These things, while they're very interesting, we're going to soon find out you really can't do much with it, because how these worked, especially these late models, is they would pull data from a network at from a certain stream, and then they would boot up. They can't really boot up like a traditional Macintosh, although we'll tinker around with it today. So these I really wouldn't pay more than that. Really. I mean, this is a very late model prototype here. Mine has a serial number on the back. Mine has a model number of M4120, and there's a copyright date of 1995 on the back of it. So pretty much a finished product. From what I recall, these were actually in use at a few places around the world. They were demoing them. And I think the Disneyland Hotel in California in the United States actually had a few of these. Whether they were set up in hotel rooms or not, I'm not entirely sure. That brings me to the older prototypes. Let me put this, running out of space here. Let me put this on the chair over here. And we're going to look at this one here. Okay, so this one I did a video about in 2018. And let me fish up that video real quick. Oh, my window opened up on the other screen behind me. Huh. Let me just grab that link. Where's my cursor? There it is. Yeah, so I did this video about the set-top box in June of 2018. So there's much more detail about this box in that video. So what I'm about to talk about, this box, a lot of the smaller details will actually be in that video I just linked to. Oh, don't worry, Malta, you're not too late. We just got started here. No, I never got further with that Android phone. So yeah, that was problematic. I sensed that I'll have to tinker with that in the future, unfortunately. Anyway, so this is a much later model. Let me see if I get the camera a little bit closer here. There we go. So this thing is night and day different. First off, very simple, boxy design. This is clearly a prototype. This thing is a beast. This is purely designed... yeah, Mike is right. Don't get me off track. This is purely designed for prototyping purposes. This is obviously unfinished. You just got a logic board flopping around in here. Two of them, actually. And if we look on the back, we see some ports and some things like that. Now, what's interesting is they were just using off-the-shelf things. There's some hot glue here. You know, this is obviously an Apple prototype that was, you know, didn't go further than this stage. You know, this is sort of where this ended up. Now, as I mentioned in the video I linked to, there's a post-it note on the bottom, and that post-it note is marked March 20th, 1995. And Kate Kelly, I believe, was an Apple developer, and I got this through Mac84, the same guy who is now selling those wonderful prototype clear cases, you know, those prototype-looking clear cases for the Macintosh SE and the Apple II. He did some successful Kickstarter campaigns. So, you know, I did some work for him years ago, and I ended up asking him for this in return for some work. I'll get to the board in a second, but keep guessing. There is some tape over some of these rubber connectors. These are turning to mush. So, yeah. But, yeah, there's that post-it note there. Then this over here, right there, says STB 193, Apple Computer, Austin, Texas, 1994. So that's where this was designed, I guess, and developed, in Austin, Texas, in the United States. You know, if you're in the United States, you're probably familiar with these FCC warnings that are everywhere on your electronic devices. Well, this one's a little different. It said it has not been approved by the FCC. Usually it's like, oh yes, this can receive and transmit interference, it'll be fine. You know, this apparently is not up to snuff. But yeah, let's look at the ports we have on here. So let me move this a little bit, it's a bit chunky. Hey, Scarlet Swordfish. So yeah, this thing, let me move this out of the way, is in a few pieces. So at the top here, we have a logic board. Now this logic board looks very similar to like an LC475 or a Quadra 605 or one of those. Has a 68K LC040 processor at 25 megahertz. But does anybody notice the weird thing about this motherboard? Not the cables that are coming off, that are soldered on. Anything else look a little strange? What's What's a little different about this board? I'll give you a while to guess. Oh, I think actually, you guys guess for a second. I think I just got a package of capacitors. So please hold one moment. I'll be right back. We got some capacitors. Yay! Those will be for another stream. Okay, let's see if anybody guessed it. And Mike from Mike's Mac Shack. Of course he got it. Yeah, so this thing, the PDS slot here, well, it should be here, right? See? See that? Well, that's actually on the bottom. Look at that. So the expansion slot here is on the bottom. Sorry, just waiting for the lighting to catch up. There you go. Now, why would the expansion slot be on the bottom? Well, if we look at the set-top box, there we go. So the expansion slot, the PDS slot on the bottom there, plugs directly into the bottom of this set-top box. Isn't that interesting? So yeah, obviously it's a prototype. Obviously, this is just how things were. These are the parts they had laying around. They made simple modifications. But yeah, now this board, it actually does work if I try and power it up. But yeah, I am noticing there is that extra slot there. So I believe these two are for video memory. I believe this is for RAM, and this must be a ROM slot there. But, yeah. Now, unfortunately, both of the set-top boxes I'm going to show you today, we can't really do much with. So, for those of you expecting us to be able to boot these things up and stuff like that, unfortunately, we're not going to get that far. However, what we can do is tinker around and just try and figure out what works and what doesn't. I mean, I haven't played around with this one here really since about 2018 when I did that video, and I haven't played around with that newer one since around 2006 or something like that. Now, there are people probably much smarter than I am who have been playing around with these, and they've gotten the other one to boot up a little bit. Now this, the most I could ever get out of is if I plugged this card into here and I passed through the power correctly and all this stuff, I could get it to work. But the problem is that, you know, it just worked like a regular 470 series LC. There wasn't anything too special about it. Didn't detect the video circuitry. I did have some software and stuff like that was supposed to be for this. It didn't really work. So I'm sure that there are a lot of pieces that I'm just missing here. But it's really neat to have in the collection, which is nice. Stick it in your PC. Yeah, that's not gonna turn out well. Unfortunately, this machine is gonna have to be recapped also, because this is obviously made during that special time where everything was plagued. Now, I do see there are some wires here. There's a wire here and a wire here, and these are just soldered onto the board here. Unfortunately, one of these wires has since detached itself. Now I'm going to take a photo of that because it's sort of risking just falling off forever there, and it still sort of shows where it's supposed to go. So that's good to know. There we go. Too many Macs. That's the answer. Too many. The triple digits there. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, we got a jumper here. You know what? I actually have. Let's do this. I have a Quadra 605 behind me. Let's compare it directly to this board first. Let's play around a little bit. So that's all we're going to be doing today. We're going to mess around because I'm curious. I haven't touched this in a long time. So here we have a Quadra 605 with the top removed. And we'll get the camera into a better position so everybody can see things. Whoopsie. Want to go up, not down. There we go. Alright, cool. So here's the 605, and I am seeing some similarities here, but obviously there are differences. Now, this 605 has a number on the logic board that is 820-0364A, and this one is 820-0364A. So they have the same number there. Same year of 1993. I'm going to take a picture of this serial number just in case anything ever happens to it. It is getting quite faded there. Go. And let's see. Yeah, so we do have that that ROM slot on this one that is not on the other. So if I take this off here and we take a look, we see that there's this slot that's missing here. I'm assuming that's a ROM slot. And there's you know, obviously no slot there, but one could have been installed, I suppose. It looks like you know, we do have a few different chips. And it looks like, or maybe just a few alterations here. So there's that CUDA switch, I believe it is, or whatever they call that. Little switch there on the board. There's not one here. I'm just looking for differences real quick. Overall, it's very, very similar. These are both going to be needing recapping. Especially be careful with that prototype board. I don't want to screw that up. The battery sockets there, SCSI sockets there. Pretty much it's a stock LC series motherboard, which is good, I guess, except for that that change there with the PDS slot on the bottom, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting. So, yeah, I guess what we could do is I want to install or make sure I have a system for this 605, because we're going to be doing a lot with this 605 today with its power supply and with the SCSI to SD adapter. So I'm going to put the camera back on the tripod here. Okay. And let's see what we could get started with. So this board, I'll move aside here. There we go. And let me put this set-top box on the table to my left here for a second. And we're going to leave this guy over here. Okay. Hey, Bruce. In fact, Bruce, I am glad you are here. Remember our little discussion about the system enablers a while back? Well, I have them, except I'm having trouble extracting one from a self-extracting archive. If I have trouble, I will let you know. But I think you already have them extracted, so you might save me a step there. But welcome to the party, Bruce. Glad to have you here. We will be recapping a prototype, not today, but in the near future, because this is a lovely 475 prototype board that has the PDS slot on the other side. So how about that? I believe it's the system enabler 065, and that is for the Quadra 605 or the 650. What is this thing called? 605. But the enabler is called 065. And I would have extracted it on my G4, but because that's over the network. But just before I went to do a stream today, I'll show you what my G4 did to me. Let's see here. Where'd I put it? wrong one. Yeah, so this is what happened to the G4 before. Just before I was streaming today. So you can't hear it, but it made a open firmware noise, and then the power light flashed weirdly. So I did not try and do a firmware update on that, I promise. But something went wrong. So, hey Ken, welcome to the party. So Ken from the Computer Clan is here. Hello, buddy. So yeah, we're talking about some fun things here, Ken. Have you ever seen an LC motherboard here with the PDS slot that should be here on the other side? It's a mystery. Well, actually, it's not. It plugs into the bottom of the chunky set-top box prototype that we were looking at earlier. And look at this thing. It's a beast. That's basically one big video / network / whatever the heck board. So yeah, that's what we're going to be looking at. And what we've decided to do, well, what I've decided to do, I'm sorry this is not a committee, since this board, this is a Quadro 605, shows a lot of similarities with this one over here. I'm going to install an OS on this board, and then we're going to try and boot off for this one just for funsies, and then we're going to go down and mess around with the much later prototype that I have sitting by here, which I expect to get no reaction or lights from. Well, we might get the power light, but that's about it. But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. So everyone get cozy. Yeah, no worries. If you gotta go, you come back sometimes. You know, whatever. You always rewind it. That's the good thing about YouTube here. It saves everything. So if you want to rewind, you missed the first 10 minutes or whatever, we're all good. Okay, so first thing is first, I need to get an operating system onto this guy. And let me double check. I'm going to check on this machine here. So I have all my keyboards and everything set up here, and I'm going to cross my cables and everything if I get screwed up. So I'm going to... Whoop, wrong mouse. That's what happens when you have too many keyboards and too many mice here. You're gonna get a little crossed. All right, cool. So let me eject that the SD card here that I was playing around with. You got it, Ken. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are much smarter than I am who have been grinding their gears on that for a long time. And I don't think I'm going to be the first. There's people with newer or older prototype ROM sims that have plugged into theirs. Spoiler alert, we may be able to boot it, but might not be able to see anything on it. So, and that's interesting. And how do you know it's booted? Well, maybe Apple Talk networking, maybe something like that. So, what did the TV interface look like? Well, that's a very good question. I've only seen a few photos of like a splash screen. Guy Kawasaki, when he was like one of the media evangelists for Apple, there's a video on YouTube, I think of 1995 at the NAB show, of them showing off the Apple Pippin, and then they show off one of the newer set-top boxes, and it's labeled ITV, the code name for the. I think it was the pre-production name for the first generation Apple TV, and then they switched it to Apple TV at the last minute. And during the keynote, Steve Jobs keeps calling it ITV by mistake. But oh, yep, we see the that rubber foot has left a trail of goo. Ugh. Tried that, Walter. Tried that many years ago, and I don't think that's going to do anything, unfortunately. I would love it if it was that simple, but we will try. We will mess around with that. Yeah, I think the software I've only seen from, like, message boards and newspaper clippings and stuff like that. I've never actually seen it in person or on a forum or anything. But that's not to discourage us, Walter. That's a valid question. What happens if we just plug it into a TV? And this... Oh, we're dropping everything. But we will try that, and we will see exactly what happens. But yeah, that rubber foot is not gonna be healthy or helping us today. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, back to this. So what I'm gonna try and do is I have this SD card. I have an SD card in my SCSI 2 SD adapter, but this is for the Mac Plus. So we're going to be putting that to the side here. And we're going to see this Quadra has not been recapped, but it does work. I say that so confidently. So what I'm going to do is plug that in. And let's back up the camera so we can sort of get everything in frame here. And let's switch this to our mode here. We'll plug in this Quadra. Now I might need that system enabler still for this, but let's see what happens. One step at a time. I could always drag and drop it from one of my other machines. Alright, so we're going to plug in this to a power supply here, and I'm going to get, it's going to be premature I'm sure, but I'm going to grab a keyboard and a mouse. I'm using my little Ultra, whatever, the Micro Point, whatever this thing is called. It's like a little mouse thing. I'm still looking for the drivers for this. So if anybody finds a driver for an Ultra Micro Point on an old hard drive or something like that, let me know. There are Windows drivers out there. And this will work without a driver, just you don't get any of the features. You got that right. Yep, I exactly, Anonymous Freak. This is what I was explaining a little bit before. There's gonna be a lot of things that we just simply can't get through. Yeah, exactly. They'll just act like a standard Macintosh. They will just act like they don't understand what the video circuitry is there, because that software was just simply not provided. If the final versions of those pieces of hardware, well, the production ones, whatever you want to call them, the mass-produced prototypes that Apple did, those were designed to pull down software from some type of network, and it's just something that we just don't have anymore. So even if I did get it to somehow receive that signal, I mean, I can't, is what I'm trying to say. There are other people much smarter than I am that are trying to emulate that stuff, but no progress so far. And I just noticed there's more goo on this table from the foot of that thing. But yeah, nice to see you there. I think you're from the Mac Rumors forums from back in the day, if I recall correctly. Remember seeing your icon a lot. Yep, I do have a Macintosh TV as well. Interesting about the Macintosh TV, only had an 8 megabyte memory limit, which is very small, and you could only take snapshots of the TV. You couldn't record or anything. Apple's later video system stuff used to be able to do that. All right, so we're going to turn on this Quadra, and we don't get a startup chime, but maybe the volume's just off. I hope so. I knew exactly where you got that icon from, because there's a set of those cards that's been on eBay forever, and I'm too poor to get it. But that is you. Yep, I recognized you. I go from quite a different handles on the Mac Rumors forums, but I've been there since like 2001, so I've been around. It's nice to see you here. Thanks for joining. You could guide me if I go astray. Yes, I jinxed everything. Hey Jay, welcome to the party. So we have this Quadra 605 plugged in. We have this screen plugged in. I'm just trying to see if we'll get... there we go. Have a screen here. Have the cursor. Trying to see if that SD card is the proper version of the OS here. If not, I may have to drag a system enabler over to it to get this to play right. And there's a disgusting house centipede on the wall. Excuse me. Ah. Disgusting creatures. Hate those things. This startup disk will not work with this computer. Yep. Well, it's trying to go to system 7.1. There are 2 partitions on this. So let me turn this off real quick. I'll nuke that partition that is not compatible with this. And then we'll see if we need that system enabler or not. But let's try that. Yeah, these are house centipedes. They're supposedly good bugs, but they creep me out. So whenever I see one, I know there's like a billion more of them. But ugh. I know they eat the bad bugs, but there's a billion other of them in the basement, so I think I'll be fine. I'm using the wrong mouse again. Alright. Read up about how many eggs those things could make in like one spawning, and then... Alright, so let's see if our SD card is going to mount here. It does. And the Macintosh hard drive should... let's see what version of the system folder that is. Yeah, 7.1. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just trash that system folder. Well, you know what? I'm not going to trash it. I'm going to... Yeah, you know what? I have a backup of it. I'm going to trash it. Doesn't matter to me. And there's another partition on here with 7.5. We'll see if that wants to run. Yes, Bruce, if you can... Ooh, trying to think. Mac84 at Mac84TV@gmail.com. I'm trying to think of how you could... If you just compress it from a standard legacy sit file, that should be fine. I'm having trouble with the self-extracting archive with the software that's on the Mac Mini here, but... Actually, you know what? I didn't try... Hold on a second. I did not try with the official piece of stuff it's software. I think it might have just used... yeah, hold on a second. Let's see if that'll work here. Open with... stuff it. That might work better. Alright, so that expanded it a little bit, but yeah, this SEA file is not... yeah, the unarchiver claims it could open it, but it can't. So if you could just take the raw system enabler file, Bruce, and just compress that with a legacy sit, that'll be great. Oh, alright, thank you, Ken. Yes, it was one of those. It was either NAB or Macworld or one of those. But yeah, there's a clip of him basically pointing to things. You see the set-top box in its final, well, the one like I have, the newer one, just very briefly. It's like under a TV set, and that's all you see it. But well, I always thought it was self-extracting archive, not Stuff It Expander archive. But my version of Stuff It here on this Mac Mini doesn't seem to... Let me try and force it open. It probably won't do anything. Nope, it crashed. Oh, wait. Oh, it's emptying the trash. What are you emptying the trash for? Anyway. It doesn't seem to like this. If I get this thing booted, that would have been fine. I have my G4 on the network, which runs all my classic stuff, and I booted it up, and it went to an open firmware screen. So, yeah. Anyway, Bruce, if you could send that over, that would be greatly appreciated. Oh, thank you, Garth. Eep. That's a very big thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate the super chat. It's okay that you gotta go. I'll catch you later. But thank you for stopping by. And thank you, Bruce. So let me check the email, see which 5 of the mice on my machines are there. Let me download that. And let's move that over the network here. Oh, I'm sorry. Eep! There we go. That's... Oh, wait. The microphone's right here. Eep! There. That's that loud enough for you? Sorry, Garth. I had to warm up a little bit there. Oh, I remember that program. Yes. That reminds me of the Sega channel that you're mentioning, Anonymous Freak. Now the dog is barking. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I don't mean to make anybody's pooches bark or anything like that. Why isn't this working? Come on. There we go. Okay. Alright, so let's try and extract that now. Alright, we got our system enabler. Let's open up the system folder, and we'll just drop that in. And hopefully, that will do it. So let me eject our SCSI2 SD card. Let me take it out of this little slot here. Exactly, Ken. And I've been. It's interesting to like find those little archival bits there, and see how much you can look at it. But yeah, it's, unfortunately a lot of the posts about this stuff. Some of them are still on Apple Footer, but a lot of the ones from 68K MLA and all this stuff that I looked at years ago were just gone. So yeah. All right, so let's try this again. So we have our SD card in there. And we'll switch our monitor input here. All right, and we will turn our Quadra on. Well, tell your cat he could crash the live stream whenever they desire. This might want to turn on and off again. Ah, yes, yep, you got it. Exactly what NAB stands for. Sorry, I didn't see that. How you guys doing today? Everyone doing okay? Everyone having a good Wednesday evening? Or Bruce's Thursday evening? Bruce is closer to Friday than we are. I'm a little bit jealous there. Alright, let's see if this will boot off the SD card here. Let's hope it will. That's very cool. I always wanted to go to one of those shows, but I never really had a reason to. Alright, we have a little Happy Mac, and it's doing its reboot dance because it has the enabler there. Welcome to Macintosh. Awesome. Jay is immobile right now. He is just sitting. Just he has to settle for a while. It's the least popular episode. Well, now that you mention it, Ken. Oh boy, here I'll give you the special abilities, Ken, if you want to paste the link in there for watching afterwards. All right, so we don't need to do that, but okay. So our machine is booted up here, and Jay, you might remember this. You might remember that file there. So Jay and I did an experiment a long time ago. Let me see. I don't think that the date was set right on here, but oh, actually it was. Hey, how about that? So yeah, 1 year ago, a little more than that, February 12th, 2019. Jay and I did a little bit of a test with Stuff It Expander, and how far it could go back. So he basically sent me a file and stuffed it up, and I opened it up and stuffed it again, and he opened it up and put something in there in High Sierra or whatever, and worked fine. Crazy Ken Goes to Vegas. I don't know if I've seen that one. I will have to check that out. Oh, and Jay posted a link into what I assume is the... I'm going to click on it now because I can't remember. It's going to load up behind me. Yep, how to properly preserve classic Mac data. Now that is a very good blog post because... resource forks and stuff like that are very sensitive. You can't just grab a file, put on a non-resource fork friendly disk drive like a USB flash drive that's formatted for FAT32 or anything like that, or just download it from a website without it being protected properly. It's going to blow up and be bad and sad and bleh. It's going to be, yeah. So, yeah, that's not a good thing. But, alright, so we got this. What can we do here? Actually, if I'm going to tempt fate here, actually, I can actually show you what screen, what screen, I can't talk now. I can actually show you this screen. I think if it's this cable here, let's see. Let's see what I can do here. I think we will lose the image on this for a second, but I think I'll be able to do this. This wire is going to be like 2 inches away from actually going there, isn't it? Of course, because it's one of my live streams, so nothing can go according to plan. Okay, turn that on. We'll cross the streams here, and we'll see if we can get anything good. Maybe. Oh, I have it unplugged, I bet. One moment, please. It should be that one. Let's make sure that this actually has to be plugged in. Yeah, just give me 1 second here. I'm just trying to see something. If we can... Oh, wrong device. Maybe. Maybe it does not want to work. Wouldn't be surprising. Essentially, I have this scaler thingy, and most of the time it wants to work. Of course, me fiddling around with it live is probably not the ideal thing to do. Maybe not. Let me just double check my cables are all in here, because that's a possibility. Possibility that something has come unplugged. Yeah, let's point that away so I don't show my butt to anybody. No, no, no. Let's not take screenshots, please. There's enough of those floating around. Alright, I think that first VGA port is a little... Actually, no, it's the second one. So that should work. Hopefully. Alright. There we go. Okay, we got it working now. So if I do a... I'm very sorry about that. When I switch sources and I don't have them really set up, I lose the audio. So I apologize. I did notice it pretty quickly, but yeah, that happens. Alright, so let me just move this window a little smaller. You don't need to see all of me here. Alright, cool. Glad you guys can hear me out. Sorry about that. Let me just catch up on the chat here, besides the underwear thieves. Yes, crossing the streams is an extraordinarily bad idea. Oh yes, give them all of your information. That is ideal. Okay, so back to what we were doing here. Sorry about that. So yeah, let's look at this. So this is a Quadra 605, system 7.5.3, revision 2. We got 12 megabytes of memory. That's not bad. All right, so yeah, here's that archive folder. There we go. So what I want to do here is try and use this system, this disk rather, on that prototype board. So now we know that this works. 256 colors. I think this one is System 7. Yeah, and I trashed the folder on here. But we have some games and stuff on there anyway. Alright, so we're going to shut this down. And we're going to swap the board here. So let's see if this wants to retain my microphone. Yes, it does. All right, so what I'm going to do is just take the power supply out of here. I don't need much else. These EJ adapters are always a little... No, there won't be any smoke. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I mean, I haven't really messed around with this thing in a while, so... Oh, boy. Alright. These... Be careful. Alright. So what I'm going to do is bring our prototype board over here. Now, I just really need to plug it into the power supply. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a piece of cardboard or something that will allow it to sit there without touching anything. So let me go grab something real quick. Well, this will have to do. This is just an envelope here. There we go. Don't want to short anything out. We're just going to try the board by itself before we do anything too crazy. So I'm going to unplug the power cord here from the power supply. No. See, even if I wanted to, the PDS slots here are both female, so I can't just connect them. I don't think that's going to do any good either. That's a very bad idea. I like your thought process though. It's very Mac84ish, but that's not the ideal thing to do here. Make sure I'm actually putting this in correctly. Yes, I am. Yeah, there's only one way this could go in. All right. Yeah, let me actually... So little pieces of dust and stuff in one of the slots here. Just get a toothbrush and get that out. Have a good night, Scarred Swordfish. Sorry, you gotta go. Catch you later. It's like a little piece of dust. There we go. Or a dead bug, whatever it was. Alright, that should be okay. Famous last words. Hey, Aaron, welcome to the chat, buddy. I haven't seen you in a bit. I haven't live streamed in a bit, so I've been super busy, as most of you know, working on my Macintosh clone video, which here's the many pages of notes for that project. So legitimately printed this out so I could go through, make notes. Yeah, that's going to be a doozy, but I am super excited to finally try and finish this thing. So I'm going to get there. I don't know when. I'm going to get there. All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm plugging in this prototype board into the Quadra 605 here. So, well, into the power supply of the Quadra 605 rather. So we're just sort of borrowing it here. I'm going to put in our SCSI cable as well. It's a little longer than that. there was some editing going on. It's a little longer than that. We'll just put this there. Grab the speaker too. And that should be okay. So I haven't powered this on in forever. Yeah. Yeah, so Mac84 was actually making those color ribbons. Unfortunately, the supplier upped the price or something, and unfortunately, he's been unable to justify making another run of those. He was very gracious enough to give me one of the last ones he had, and a very popular YouTuber, not me, a much more popular YouTuber than I am, is getting the other one. So I am partly responsible for that. Well, I'm the one who told him about it, so I am responsible for it. But yep, that'll be fun. All right, so let's plug this in, and hopefully we get some things here. Let's turn this on. So I heard a pop from the speaker. It's a good noise, good sign, rather. Yep, let's turn this off real quick. I forgot to plug in our ADB port here, our keyboard and mouse. Yes, you could do it when it's on, but I don't really like doing that, especially on a prototype machine. Don't want to mess around with it too much. Using the wrong mouse. All right, let's try that again. Usually it takes a while for the video to come up here. Maybe. Of course, I'm overcomplicating things with all the adapters and such. Let me turn it off. Let me plug the fan in. I'm curious if it'll give it a spin. Ah, that cable's too short. Well, plug the floppy in too. I don't know if it's there's oh well, this doesn't have the ROM, I don't think. But there is a ROM built into it. I believe these two here, so it should be okay. Now the PSU worked on the 605, so I don't think it's that. And there's a light on the SCSI 2SD adapter and stuff like that, so it should be okay. Of course, I'm convoluting this by having all these video adapters in here, so it may not like converting that signal. But I'll just be patient here and wait. It could also be that the caps on this board have gone, which are totally possible because I'm seeing some funkiness here. But CPU is getting a little warm. It could entirely be the capacitors here, and I just don't know. I'm gonna try removing the memory here. Where's that the VRAM sim? I always get them mixed up on this board because they swap them around. I think the VRAM is the 268 pins or 72 pins, or what's this one? Yeah, this looks like a memory DIMM. The fan isn't plugged in because I can't get it to reach. Well, that's anticlimactic, but I did say not to expect too much of this, didn't I? Yeah, I mean it is getting power, but let me try and reseat some of these memories, VRAM, SIMs, etc. Ah, okay. Thank you, Bruce, for confirming. I always get mixed up. You know, it's one of those things where these machines, like the LCs and all these, have slight differentiations, and I always get that mixed up here. It could simply be that the caps have gone south on this, and I haven't booted this thing up, I think, since 2018. Maybe I don't even know if I did in 2018. There is a ROM slot there, and I don't believe anything is populated in there. I don't believe I took anything out of this because the set-top box doesn't have a slot for it. I'd have to look back at pictures when I first got this thing, but I don't think it actually had a ROM in it. Whoop. So, but I did get it to boot up, I believe, without a ROM ages ago. Now, let me try without this. So we get a light on the SCSI 2SD adapter. Yeah, there's a monitor right here sitting on the floor I could try. So we can oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a complete idiot. The video cable's not even plugged into the right machine. And you couldn't see that because I'm in a small window here. Let's try again. Shall we? Oh boy. It would help if this was actually screwed in too. Alright, so let's put this back in here. Just a little bit, Bruce. Just a little bit. Now this scaler is not meant for what I'm using it for, so sometimes I gotta mess around with the menus and stuff like that. It should be okay, but I'm glad there's suspense, otherwise I fear I'm being boring, but I could put a real monitor on the desk here. Why the heck not? There's a bunch of crap on my desk anyway, so let's add more to it. That's the Mac84 way. Just keep piling things on the desk until maybe something works. So let's move this a little bit. There we go. And let's get back to our full screen setup here. All right, let me move the chair out of the way. Let's move this keyboard away for now, just so I could get a spot for the monitor here. Now, believe it or not, I do have a keyboard tray that was designed for this desk, and I never put it on. So, you taking a card out of our Eep and Quack game, huh? Good on you. Let's try that and see if that'll bring us good luck. All right, so I'm gonna move this over here, and I'm gonna bring this monitor, which is right here. Oh boy. Moving the microphone. Sorry if you hear any loud thuds. All right. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's the monitor. Just funny, I badmouth this monitor because I didn't really like it. It's just a standard, cheapo Apple 640 by 480 monitor. But you know what? It works. I'm going to need to get another power plug. I'm running out of power cables. 1 second. Alright, never have too many power cables. Well, they were not the most professional monitors when they came out. Let's just say that. They were still $300, $400, but they were not multi-resolution, multi-sync, or anything like that. These are just these are what you got if you got a Performa or a cheaper LC and those bundles. So these are usually what I find these days, which is not bad. I mean, a monitor's a monitor, but doesn't work with all the Macs here. All right, let's turn that on. Undo our adapter here. I got this monitor. Ooh, geez, probably from a coworker or a friend of my parents or somebody. All the old Apple stuff used to come to me somehow, through friends or relatives. Everybody knew I was the weird friend or the weird kid that wanted Apple stuff. So, thankfully, the word got around. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have half the stuff I have. All right, let's our mess of cables here. Oh my goodness. All right, let's try this again with the proper monitor now. I have a bad feeling we're not going to get much of a difference. Which I'm worried about, because that means I might have to recap the darn thing. Well, none of the pieces on this board are ROMs. We have a memory DIMM or SIM, whatever you want to call it. We have a memory module and 2 video memory modules. We don't have a ROM. The ROM is on the board, I believe, right here. U23 and U25, I believe those are the ROMs right there. And I have gotten this to boot up successfully without, I think, anything in that slot. I could be wrong, but we could just have some crud on the board or some bad caps or something. What I would like to do, I'm going to swap the video memory from the 605 to this board. Yep, exactly, Trina. You read my mind. Just to make sure, because, you know, like I said, it's been a while since I played around with this. I could have put something weird in here or something. This does have built-in onboard memory, I believe. Yes, Bruce. But I have a photo of it running, so I know I know my memory is correct that I got it running at some point in its life. Whether that had something plugged into the ROM slot or whatever, let's go to the videotape. Let's check my my photos. Well, let's try this, and then I'll check my photos to see if I'm crazy or not. Because I put them all on my Flickr page, and yes, I still have a Flickr page. And thankfully I did, because if I lost those photos, they would have been pretty much lost forever, but I did have them on there. Right, so I'm putting the appropriately labeled Quadro 605 video memory into here. Yes, Flickr does still exist, although they had to do sort of embarrassing plea to their customers of, hey, we need money or Flickr will die. And they were offering some pretty good discounts on monthly or yearly subscriptions for Pro membership. And I do pay for the Pro membership, but I missed out on that discount. All right, anyway, let's try this again. Make sure our monitor is not all the way down or anything like that, anything silly. Better than LiveJournal. Yes, I do have backups with Backblaze. Hey, there we go. Hey. And we got a cursor. How about that? Now, I'm going to unplug this, just for the heck of it. I'm just going to plug it in to the capture device, because I think it should work. Well, we'll see. Maybe those video RAM things are dusty. Yep, there we go. Where's my mouse? Hold on. Oh, this is such a mess. There we go. Okay. Eep! Nice. Alright, so we are still getting our question mark here, which is a little... Well, let me do that SD card trick where we just pop the SD card back in. Maybe it'll boot up. Yes, this CRT is very good luck. I'm sorry I hit you before. Alright, let's turn it off here. Let's just make sure this... This is such a weird setup here. Let's just make sure this is seated correctly. Okay, I just have a little piece of plastic here so this doesn't touch any metal. Let's try that again. So it might have been the video memory. Looks pretty clean though. Might be the power supply too. So I'll read you the note on this power supply, and Bruce is just going to just hang his shit, just put his head into his palm and go, ugh. The power supply reads, Performa 400 works, and then works has a question mark next to it, and then it says April 2019 turns on off. Weird. That's what I wrote on it. So yeah, we could have maybe a power supply issue there, but no, it fell down. That's what we're gonna tell everybody. You fell down. I didn't hit you. You fell down. All right, so it is strange that it's not. I see the light flashing on the SCSI 2 SD adapter. Exactly, yeah. I should be more thorough in my notes. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a strange thing here. That this booted fine. We're not even getting an error like it's the wrong system enabler or anything like that. What I'm going to do is, well, I can plug it in externally, so let me just do that just for the heck of it. I have it right here, external SCSI cable, and my SCSI 2 SD adapter. I soldered the 25 pin port on the side of it there. Now, sometimes this is enough to power it by itself, sometimes it's not. So I'll see. If I see a light, I do see a light, so that is good. I have to turn this power supply off once in a while, like on and off real quick, so I don't think that's a good sign. Alright, so there we go again. We have our cursor. No, not CRT services. They'll break their backs trying to leave this place. Oh, man. Alright, good. I think it's actually working now. Because it rebooted. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a bad cap there. Or maybe there's just some dust or something. Who knows? I actually have to order the capacitors for the power supplies. I got through... Jeez, it was like $130 or so I just spent on other capacitors for other projects. So yeah, this is the prototype board. We are booting into system 7.5. So this is exciting. Alright, so that's just an extra partition I have on that some of these Macs just don't like reading. I think I might have formatted it the wrong way. Anyway, let's go to about this Mac. And so we have 8 megabytes of memory here, which is nice. So this is that prototype board. Let's see if we have Apple System Profiler on here. Not sure, to be honest. I don't know if it was on this system. I can't remember, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a prototype board that we have. Well, let me move the camera in for anybody who's just joining. This is a prototype board here that goes into this big weird box, and this was the first prototype of the Apple set-top box, and it plugs into this slot here. And so I just wanted to prove that this board by itself does boot and has these weird cables coming off the serial and the audio jack, no doubt trying to pass some information to that set-top box. But okay, was not installed by default. Okay, so yeah, I think all you would see is just that it thinks it's a 470 series. I think that's exactly what it says, 470 series. So there's nothing too fancy about what it says. But all right, so let's put the camera back on the tripod here. And thank you for your services. Good luck, monitor. But thankfully, our capture card is working here. Well, I'm happy that that title was clickbaity enough to get you here. Now you can't leave. I'm sorry, but we'll have fun. I promise. So let's see. Still 256 colors, so similar to the other machine here. I don't know if what I have on here. Extras. I don't think I have any of the video tools or anything. Yep, there we go. Video player. Now it's not going to detect anything because we don't have anything plugged into it, but yeah, even if we did, I don't think it understands that. You will now live here. Yes, that's exactly what Ken is saying. Ken will now live here. Simple Texture, my favorite game. Yeah, so what I will do, let me just make sure my phone is actually charging there. I was gonna see if yeah, I guess we could do that. Why the heck not? Let me shut this down. Oh no, I can't do that. I was thinking of something else. It's been so long that I played around with this thing that I'm having second guesses of this. Quite exhilarating. All right, let's see. Anything else in here? This mouse takes a little getting used to, I must say. We have After Dark. How about that? Do we have After Dark installed? We do not. We do not. Well, we could easily fix that. Obviously, this is something that has to be done. There's a law, obviously. Oh, I trashed the system folder. So we can't. I'm sorry. We can't do that. Oh well. Yeah, so I mean, it's just your standard Mac. So there's nothing too crazy about just the board by itself. But what we can do is I can show you sort of what I've tried. So I'm going to shut this down and turn it off. I actually uploaded some of the screenshots to the Star Trek edition of After Dark on Macintosh Garden. There was a bunch of them there. They just didn't have no screenshots. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to open this up in an emulator or whatever and take screenshots. And that's what I did. Alright, so I'm going to put this monitor back on the ground here. And we will move on to this buddy here. And don't worry, I have no idea where I'm going with this. We're just free-flowing here. So, all right. So, if memory serves correctly, a lot of ifs in this stream, a lot. This is true, Ken. This is true. Action Retro is right. So, there's these two cables actually came off. I kind of want to just solder them back on here. This looks like it's from the serial port here. This green cable fell off. Well, I guess it doesn't make any sense to plug this in if those cables are off. We'll do a quick solder job. What would Mac84 be without impromptu soldering and regrets? Let's just move our keyboard and mouse out of the way here. Well, you know, these things actually were designed to be tested in different markets, so I assume that's why they put the SCART ports on there, just for the heck of it. Who knows, maybe their studio monitors use SCART. And I'm very much where I am in bad need of a haircut. Can't really go out anywhere, so kind of stuck, but... Alright, let's turn on our soldering station. Hopefully this will be brief. You guys are getting some bonus soldering here. I wasn't planning on this. So what I can actually do now is let's get this set up here. Maybe if this wants to work, it might not want to work. Professional is a bit of a stretch, I would say. It is. It was like $50 on eBay. It's a knockoff one. Bruce has a very fancy one that I would love to have, but yeah. All right, is this actually plugged? Yeah, it is plugged in. So what's going on here? What is going on? Well, I'm just waiting for that to heat up. Anybody have any questions or anything while I'm messing about here? Yes, it is a 68K Mac. You know what, Anonymous Freak? I did the exact same thing. I have two of those Radio Shack 15 watt, 30 watt, or whatever they are, soldering station. Just the pencil iron, because it was the cheapest thing for me to get. It was like $15. I couldn't find one. Ran down to the store, drove there, and picked one up. And I mean that's all I needed. It worked fine. So yeah, this is acting a bit funky here. Come on. It's detecting the device, but oh, you know what? I think that's why. Yeah, let me trash this. 1 second, folks. So, Trina, what we're doing, and everybody else, what we're doing is I'm warming up the soldering iron. I just want to repair those wires really briefly here. And I was just trying to get the my poor excuse for a microscope camera working here. And it seems that I need to... It sort of like made itself very tiny in OBS here. So what I have to do is sort of transform the window. There we go. Got it. All right. So let's adjust that here. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Okay. So we have our microscope. It is like a slideshow, because if I have too many video devices plugged into this thing, my computer just starts to stutter for whatever reason. But that is just how it is. So let me actually let me hide myself. Maybe that will help. Not sure. Maybe that'll... No, there's something there's something weird. unplug it, plug it back in. This camera is not the best by any means, and we lost video, but you know what? Let's just go back to the main camera. I don't know why I bothered. I'm sorry about that. So we'll just go back to our normal webcam here, and yeah, why are we in a different aspect ratio here? This should totally be. Yeah, whatever. Alright. Yeah, that's probably what I have to do. Let me try that, Jay. It was... I just hid it. I did not remove it from the list. So maybe that's what happened. No. Now it doesn't appear to. I'll give it one more try. And the soldering iron's already warmed up here, so I'm just wasting time. My apologies, but you know me. I'm persistent. I will keep messing with it. Yeah, no. All right, whatever. We'll just have to do it. Oh, now I'm all glitchy. Now I'm all slow. Ugh. Yeah, we're gonna unplug this camera. Something is not right with it, and it does not like it today. All right, so we're just gonna fix this up as best we can. I will bring this little camera over here, and I should have done this 10 minutes ago. And there we go. We will sort of perch you on top of the board there. There we go. All right, so right here we sort of have to strip this wire here because there's nothing left of it. Where's my little snips here? Use these scissors actually. Should be enough. And then no worries. Thank you for stopping by. It was fun catching up. I'll reach out to you on Mac Rumors. As soon as I do this, I'm going to find my wire strippers. I have no idea what the cables do, but you know what? One's plugged into the serial port, so I'm assuming there's some sort of network connection or talking to going on here, and then one plugs into the sound out connection. I believe it's a sound out. I'm not sure. So obviously it was designed to plug into there, so we will try and make sure we can make a good connection here. Yeah, this cable is just... There we go. That gives us some room to play with. Yes. Oh, now I remember the wire strippers are upstairs because I was doing a project upstairs with them. What good that does me here. Alright, so let me just show you with the camera what I'm doing here, so if anybody else finds one of these online, they can see exactly what I'm doing. So we have 3 cables here. We're going to wait for this camera to decide to focus itself. And so, hey, how about that? It actually focused when I wanted to. Shocking. Alright, so the purple wire goes to the bottom pin here. This black wire goes to this top right here. And then this green one is supposed to go into the middle. So that's what we're going to fix. We're just going to put that green one back here. And then by the audio port here, we have 3 cables. We have the black cable that is soldered to the bottom connection. The white cable is soldered to the middle connection. And this red cable here has to be soldered to the top connection. So that's what we're going to be doing here. All right. I hid the chat there, so let me just bring that back up here. All right, so this is we've been going for an hour and 30 minutes here. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, teeth work too. I'm not gonna go and bite an Apple prototype though. That would be maybe ironic though. All right, so let's where'd our thingy go? There it is. Now, I'm not going to go fancy and remove the old solder and all this stuff. I'm just doing a very quick and dirty patch job here. Would help if these other cables would stay out of the way. Actually, I need my tweezers because part of the old cable is of course stuck on there, and we need to get that off with preferably not my fingers, because solder is hot. Hot, 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 hot. There we go. Well, there's hardly any solder on there anyway, so we can fix that. Alright, and we're just going to put that wire where it belongs. You probably have not been soldered in there since about 1993 or so. Alright, that should do it. Not perfect, but it'll do. Just there's a little bit of that wire there. There we go. Alright. Alright, so now we just gotta do the other cable here. So this one goes into the middle. That's going to be a bit fun. Now, this one is actually almost coming off. So let me see. You start one job and you just have to keep going. Where'd my tweezers go? There. Make sure none of these other cables fall off. That would be bad. Of course, this is right next to the other thing, the other pin. Alright, that's fine. Let me just adjust this one here. This has been stressed over the years. You poor little cable. I'll help you out here. Okay. No. No. I will recap it in another stream. I'm not going to do that now. Who wants wire shavings from a prototype thing? The bidding starts at $25. $25. What a steal! Alright, that is not the prettiest soldering job in the world. In fact, there's way too much solder in my iron here. Let me just try and fix that up here. Sold! That is ugly, but it should work. Let me just touch up this black wire here. This is the ground wire, so that is just sucking up all the heat. Alright, that's not going anywhere, I don't think. Perfect. Alright, you guys were chatty. What did I miss here? It'll never work again. No, don't say that. Come on, let's be positive here. Where's my electrical tape? I just want to put some tape on the bottom of these wires. I'll just use some of this painter's tape here, just so they don't touch anything when we put it on the other machine. Yep, don't worry. We're gonna get to that. In fact, I could rip this in half. We don't need all that. Okay, and then did you come loose again? No. Of course, I just turned the iron off. Yeah, this cable is a little tighter than the other ones, and it just sort of got half of itself loose here. Wait for the iron to heat up again. Oh boy. Yeah, it would be awesome to have the software for this stuff, but unfortunately I do not. I should actually extend that cord a little bit. If I had my spool of cables handy, I would gladly do that, but no, Stephen. Let's not do that. Here. See, this is what happens. You saw it here. This is exactly what happens. Start with one thing, and then it's an 8-hour stream. It's a natural progression. Alright, so the problem with this cable is some of the strands are longer than others. So I'm going to even that out. Properly strip the wire this time. I said properly. There we go. And use our friend flux here because there's just a little bit of abnormalities here. Oh, you could never have too many macOS install disks, because the second you can't find one, you're gonna find your other one. That's how this stuff works. All right, so let's just put this cable back where it belongs. Come on, buddy. You can do it now. Just gonna hold it there. All right, that should do it. Put all all our tools back into our little bin. So when I look for them the next stream, I know where they go. Know where they are, rather. Alright. Let's put our camera back on our tripod here. There we go. So, what we have done is we have just made sure that these wires here, you can see there, are now secured back to where they should be. Not that this is going to do anything, but might as well just put them back where they belong here. Yeah. Okay, so now comes the fun stuff. Now I think, and I'm going to open up my Flickr photos here and confirm it. I think the only way I got this running, and I don't know why my video is in a 4:3 aspect ratio. This is sort of going to drive me a little crazy here. 1 second, let me try and fix this. Yeah, so this camera here should be, there we go. I don't know why it was doing that, but okay. Sorry about that. You please adjust the black bars on your picture by pressing the format or aspect button on your television. We are going to double check. It's very exciting, I know. What I used, because there's a power supply built into this here. And I need to find my password. We have 34 folks watching here. Oh my goodness. Hello everybody. Hope this is not too boring. I know I keep saying that, but I guess if this was boring, you wouldn't be here. But the company is appreciated. Thank you. Don't forget, if you're new here, please click that little subscribe button. And that way, if I do another live stream, you will be sure to know about it. If YouTube's notification system doesn't fail me, which it may. But alright, perfect. Let's save that. And I need to search through my photos. Oh, no, it's not Microsoft Edge. Oh, it would help if I typed correctly here. Here we go. Alright. Yeah, these photos were taken, and I know you can't see them, but please be patient. These photos were taken September 25th, 2006. So that was shortly after I got this. And yeah, so that's what I thought. So let me see if I could share my screen here. No, I can't. So I'll just make this full screen. So I'll point the camera at the screen in a very, very crude way. But essentially, how I had this set up in the past was I put an LC power supply into that board because for whatever reason it wasn't powering everything through that 2CI board, the 2SI power supply, which is the bigger power supply, which came with the prototype. So I don't know if that's gonna be exactly what we have to do today, but I just wanted to make sure if that's what we did last time. So I don't want to overpower this thing, but all right. Old Mac's never boring. Well, awesome. I'm glad. I have two G4s, same motherboard, everything, but you might want to just change the optical drive maybe on that G4. Maybe that'll help you out there, Alex. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Apologies if I'm not. Okay. All right, so let's do this here. Let's move this keyboard out of the way. and bring this back into focus here, because this is what we came here to look at. So move the camera a bit closer. Of course, the monitor I put down is now firmly in the way of the tripod leg. So we gotta move that out of the way there. Ah, the fun of live streaming. My Flickr account isn't really public. I have to put things in albums and such. It's just a dump of like my old camera from like 2006. But I will post it to Mac84.net at a point in time when it is something that I'm happy to share. All right, let me just shove this under there. Just this lifts up a bit. Okay. All right. So here we have a bunch of connections here, and let me explain to you what I have here. So here we have a power cord, and this power cord comes out of the set-top box board, and here it sticks up here. Now this plugs into our prototype board over here. Okay. Then we have this power supply, which is a 2SI power supply. Now, this is not the original one that came with it, because actually since I bought one off eBay, well, this might be the original one. I swapped them because I thought the power supply didn't work. Then I eventually got a 2SI, and I figured out both power supplies worked. So I have a spare power supply somewhere here. What I will do is just make sure that this is grounded. Okay. And, yeah, so Apple just threw this together with whatever parts. Obviously, this board was specially manufactured, but the rest of this... so we have our RF in and out. So this is television RF in and out. We have a tune knob thing here, maybe a sensor or something at some point. Then we have a little switch up and down. I believe that is the channel 3, channel 4 switch, or channel 2, channel 3 switch for these RF outputs. This runs along a little cable that's plugged into here very loosely. We have a sticker here that says Set Top Box 1 ROM version 2.2 copyright 1994 Apple Computer. We have a bunch of old capacitors. This one is scraped to bits. I don't know, Bruce, if you've ever seen a capacitor such with such battle scars on it. But if this camera wants to be my friend today and focus, it's quite quite scrapey there. Yeah, so there's definitely been some contact on the top of that, probably from the bottom of this board I'm about to put on it. And some of these caps, they're not wobbly. They just have been tilted over the years. This whole board probably needs a good recapping, and that is probably something I will be doing at some point, because this is a prototype board and I want to take care of it. I don't care if it has the original caps on it. I don't want it to eat away at anything. Thankfully, everything looks okay. But yeah, it is a little fat cap, and it has a yellow band around it, and there's another one over here too. So yeah, we got two big old SCART connectors there. Yeah, let me read the description of that, Bruce, if I can with my eyes here, because that is very tiny. 100 UF, 100 microfarad, 10 volt, and the other one is also 100 microfarad, 10 volts. Now I actually got. Ooh, that is that. I don't know what that's. I don't know what that is around there. Let me get a Q-tip here. I actually got some capacitors today. I think that was one of the values that I got. So we will do a little live streaming another time if we have to. Now this is a RJ45 jack. It looks like Ethernet, but I am told it is not Ethernet. It was designed to communicate with T1 lines and things like that, ISDN stuff, whatever. So it is not Ethernet. That's what I'm told. Now I didn't invent the thing, so I could very much well be wrong. Yeah, we have some dust and dirt here. I don't know if that's leakage or not. It doesn't really look too bad, all things considered. It wouldn't surprise me if they used cheapo components, because it was a prototype. Oh yeah, this chip has some green on it. Oh boy. Yeah, so this whether there was some moisture in the air or whatever, or not, but this chip right here, there's some green goodness on there. Yeah, this is something I will be recapping very soon. I just wasn't planning on doing it today, and I don't want this to just turn to an impromptu recapping stream because we'll be here for hours. And I don't know if I have all these values. We have a bunch of 4716s. We have some... I don't even know what that is. A 1016A 255? That's a new one. What is that? Yeah, 1016A 255. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I want to be prepared before I do that, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to keep this running or anything. In fact, let me lift up this power supply. I will have to do that. I don't know if I'm going to do that now, Bruce, but it says 16A though. But here, let me. I've removed the power supply because I want to see what else is under there. But we have an interesting model number. So that is 94V0. So that was, I guess, the prototype name for this or something like that. Yeah, so very, very strange looking board here. You can see the power connector here is the same one that the 2SI used. I don't know if it's 16 volt, Bruce, because it says 10 microfarad. I'm assuming microfarad. 16, then there's an A after it, and then below it says 255. So that's all these tiny ones read that value. Now, whether it's actually that or I have no clue. But yeah, I'm just gonna do a little more. There's green all over this chip here, so I guess I have to scrape some of this away. This whoop. I was about to say this metal bracket makes a great tripod holder, and then it fell. So it obviously does not. Let me just move the camera on the side there. There we go. Oop. Yes, they are 16 volt. Okay, well I should have some of those. Hopefully, we are not in a good spot for putting this camera anywhere, are we today? No, we're not. All right, then we'll just. Yeah, I mean, I don't think these things need heat sinks, but who knows? All right, I'm just gonna do some very light cleanup here. This thing has a dead bug on it for one. Hello, little bug. Just trying to clean most of the green gunk off this chip here, making sure it's not touching any other pins or anything like that. But yes, we will need to spend much more time in the future on this board for some preventative maintenance, because for all I know, it could have been sitting like that for a while. It probably was. I'm not seeing any other. A little bit on this chip right here. That might be touching another pin, so I'm going to get the scalpel out in a second. But for being sitting around with without the top on and everything, it is dusty, but it should be okay. All right, see you, Action Retro. Thanks for hanging out. 2 minutes of silence for the bug. All right, let's get our little scalpel out here and just make sure. Yeah, all right, that green stuff is coming right off. So that is good. We didn't even get to the other Apple set-top box yet, so. That one should be okay. I'm just going to check this one here. There is some residue at the bottom of that chip there. I think I actually ordered, I'll have to, you know, the box is right behind me. If I didn't want to get so sidetracked, I would open it up. I think I ordered that for something. It was either the IBM or something. It's gonna drive me crazy. He's got the box. Just check the packing list here. The very long packing list. Let's see, 25 volt, 6.8, 470, 220s, 100 microfarad, 6.3 volts. So I have that. I don't know if I have any. Let's see, 100 microfarad, 6 volts. Yeah, so I don't know if I got that one, but I can always place an order if needed. Alright, anyway, back to this. Let me just make sure there's no other suspect areas here. I mean, this whole thing is in need of a good ultrasonic cleaning. Then again, I know other people who would argue, no, keep it original, dust and all. But that's not. I want to make this last. I don't want this thing to rot away. I could see replacing the capacitors with similar styles to make it look of the same vintage and stuff. But all right, I think that's good enough for now. I think we'll be okay. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna put our camera back so we get a better view. Swing you around again. Sorry about that. Alright, and what we're going to do is we're going to put our power supply back in. Now, I know this is the original one. I think it is. Well, first off, there are cobwebs here. Yeah. I think it is because of this brick here, this piece of plastic. Now, I could be wrong. I could 100% be wrong, but I think this plastic matches up with this here, which is just this solid, nicely machined plastic, actually. Just to keep it pressed on this board. So I think this is the original power supply. Okay, and oop. Yeah, so some of these screws need to be tightened. This case is sort of like an erector set, and not all the screws are there, so it's a bit wobbly. Alright, I think that'll help us out a little bit. Okay, so I'm not going to expect anything drastic here, but let's shoot for the stars, why not? So, here comes our board. We have our prototype board here. Now, there are two spots here where these could potentially plug in. And then there's, of course, each way that these cables could plug in. How would I find out which goes where? So, I see. Of course, there's no way of knowing which cable is supposed to go to which. Let me refer to my photos again, because I believe when I first got it, I didn't touch it and I took photos, and that's why I took them there. So, let me open that up again. And let's just double check. Okay. Well, that one's unplugged, so that doesn't help me. Alright, so there was no ROM chip in here when I got it. There was no memory either. Oh, there was actually a video header. That's right. That's plugged into the wrong spot though. So that was probably just a poor attempt at me guessing here. Sorry guys, just checking this out really quickly to see if I actually had photos. I guess I don't. Well, that's a bit of a bummer. So this prototype was used to develop Apple's set-top box, which they never publicly released. It was designed for hotels and kiosks and stuff like that. You know, to display and send information to and from catalogs or CD-ROMs and stuff like that. Now, there is, there are pin 1s marked here because they have a square pin there. But I'm not sure where they actually go to. So, I kind of don't want to plug it in the wrong way, but I mean, I guess all I could do is guess. Well, let's do it without those plugs first. I'm pretty sure those are optional. And we'll try it with just the power first. We'll do that. Now, what's interesting is this can go, I guess that goes that way. All right, so this board has these holes in the corners. So here, 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 and here. And there are these riser screws on 3 sides. So the board should just sit and fit in there quite nicely. So just sort of have to get that all lined up here. So we might have soldered in those wires just for no reason here, but anyway, it's okay. Line up our PDS slot there. All right, we have it plugged in. Now, the only life I've gotten on this thing was for this fan to spin. It's the only life I've ever gotten from this thing. So technically, maybe that's what these are. Maybe this is to jump the startup circuitry or something. I don't know. Anyway, we have everything plugged in, sort of, for our power supply there. Let me plug the ground back into here. Okay. And so, I guess we could turn this on. I will bring the CRT back up here. Actually, no. I'm not going to bring the CRT back up here. If we need good luck, I will. But I'm going to try and use our capture device as we did before. I will untangle this wire from the back of this monitor because that'll give us a little bit of time. A little bit of stretch here we may need. Extra length of this cable. I'll get the words out eventually. Okay, there we go. That's a much better fit. Well, this thing never exploded on me before, but there's always a first time. Alright, so that's plugged in. And let's plug in our SCSI to SD adapter. Now, we have to use the external SCSI cable, because this is being fussy before. I will also get the keyboard and the mouse ready. Okay, we're going to plug in our... This is very tight here. There we go. Oh. Really? You couldn't make this like one centimeter longer. You had to... Well... There we go. All right, and Where did I put that SCSI cable? There it is. Nope, that's not it. Oh, it's under the quadrant. That's a good place for it. All right. You would hope it doesn't need a drive, but this thing really doesn't do anything unless you plug in that SCSI to SD adapter or hard drive. I mean, I'll show you what it does without it. We're not going to get anything. Again, I haven't played around with this in a while, just trying to remember. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug the power in to this 2SI power supply, and we'll see what happens. So, no activity. There's that light on the front that is dark. The fan is not spinning, even though I'm pressing the power button on the keyboard to boot it up. Unfortunately, we're not getting any life out of it. I believe we have everything we need. Now, it could be, and I think this is the problem I've always had with this. This power supply, I've never figured out how to boot up the machine through this power supply. There may have been something like a switch or some type of button. Yeah, there's this status light here. Yeah, the power supply is plugged in. It plugs in the bottom. There's a status light here. Then there's an infrared light here. And they're both plugged in. But I've never gotten this thing to... Let me move the microphone here. I've never had this thing actually work with just this power supply. And the same with the other power supply that I had. So there has to be a way to start up this machine. Now, maybe it's these little wires here. Maybe. Could very well be it. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if you sent a command over the network to get it to boot. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some weird header or something I'm not seeing. I do have another PSU that works from my 2SI rather. I could test that. In fact, my 2SI is right over there. I will go grab it just for the heck of it. Just get off of my chair here. I'll be right back. Just to use my tools to get this thing out. 1 second. It'd be more difficult than I thought. I just have to find a very long screwdriver. I guess I could. I mean, I have my multimeter. I'm not too keen to start plugging things in where I don't understand it just yet. But I know this one works. Let me just grab this out of here. There we go. Alright. Now, I am curious. I am very curious if this power supply works in the 2CS. I keep saying it's a different machine. You know what I mean. So, I'm going to do this off camera because it's right here. But if you hear a chime, then you know it does work. Right, this plastic thing does come off. So I'm just going to put this in the 2SI. And we'll just see, just in case there's any magic smoke or anything. Alright, Bruce, no worries. Thank you for sticking around as long as you did. Well, that power supply works. So that answers our question. Just put this machine away. 1 second. Okay, so we do know that this power supply does work. Actually, maybe we could do a test here. What I'm thinking is, if I get my multimeter and put it in continuity mode, maybe I could find if one of those sockets that this board plugs into, if any of those... Well, see, I don't even know, actually. That's a green light. I'm trying to see like if I could trace it back to here. There's also an unpopulated hole where maybe a power switch would have been. Actually, I'm wondering if that's where a power switch would have went. Because there's two little resistors there. There's two open pins. There's a solid one. And then that leads here, which leads to this power. I mean, there's tons of unpopulated stuff here. There's that. There's these over here. So it could very well be that, I mean, there's whatever that is supposed to be over here. So it could very well be that maybe there was a switch here that fell off, or But that... Actually, that's the only one that has holes in it. That's the only one that has holes in it. Everything else is soldered. I've actually never looked at the bottom of this board either. Let me, if I'm going to do something to the board, I'm going to take it out anyway. That might be the switch. So let's do this. This is exciting. Let's take this out. Put this to the side here. And yeah, so this has to be unscrewed from the bottom. Yeah, I could put a switch on, or I could just jump it. That's not the problem. Wait, how did I do this? I've done this before. I think I've done this before. Oh, that's right. I had to take out... That was the problem. This has to sort of go in a weird way here. Yeah, so this could now sort of come forward, and then this can come out. I've never looked at the bottom of this thing before. Oh my goodness. Let's look at this. Okay. So there's these rubber feet on here which are preventing this board from touching anything, which is good. Unplug that. So this is the bottom of the board. We have some little repair lines going from here to the RF circuitry. We do have another one over here by that cable. This has a copyright date of 1994 on the bottom. And this reads AP2336-02. Yeah, so, oops, sorry. Yeah, so this is... This is the LED, the power LED. And it's right next to... It's right next to this switch. This port here. So I don't maybe that was a switch. I really don't know. I mean, I could easily put a 3-pin header on here. I'm trying to see where else this goes. This goes to there. Let's try and trace this. Just very curious now. Hope you guys are curious too. So these two go... Which pin? Let's see. I'm gonna place this down as carefully as we can, as we oddly do this here, but... So this pin here goes to which one of these power pins? None of them. Okay. Oop. I think I found the ground. So let me look at this board real quick. Well, if I plug this in, this board here, if I plug this into here, and then use an LC power supply here, I get the fan spinning. I remember that. But now I'm curious which one... Alright, so that black wire is on the edge. This black wire is on the edge too. I was just seeing if I could indicate based on what I think is ground. You know what? I could find the pin out, probably of this, the first pin here. Let's see if what that is. It's going right here. And that goes to there and there. Oh boy, this is very curious here. But I do not know. I do not know if putting something there is going to help. Because honestly, there's another one right here. But this is unpopulated also. J101, and that looks like it connects to a lot of places. That might have been another LED indicator, maybe. The model number of this board, it's a prototype board, but it's N4. I'm sorry. 94V0 is what this is marked as. It's also on the front here. But see, there's pins here and there's pins here. Now this I would assume maybe these are, might be LEDs. I'm not sure. Because there's a actually no, that's yeah, that's probably for an LED. Then there's this one here, which is a remote sensor, and that plugs into here. So maybe this is for another infrared type thing. Not sure. Really not sure. These are just guesses. I'm just looking closely if I could see any places where a switch could go in. That's where the fan goes in. Well, let's see. All right, the fan, we have red and blue. I'm going to assume blue is the ground for that. Yeah, and if I touch this, that's ground too. So we have ground. I know where ground is now, I'm assuming, because this big box should be grounded, that the outside here. And yeah. Oh, well. Okay, so both of them are ground. Yeah, I'm just spitballing here, guys. I honestly don't know too much about this. I know there are some of these prototypes that are online also. I don't know if those guys have in their boards have anything populated here or here. It would definitely be suspect to me. This one here, because there are holes in it. Maybe that was just, maybe they put something in there, but I don't see any. There's no like solder residue on there. So it could have very well not been a switch, or maybe there was something that went on there. I do have the top cover for this, and I think at one point there was like a sled where a floppy drive would sit, but that has long since been misplaced. It's somewhere. I just don't have it with me right now. There's some gunk here on this board. Try and clean that off a little bit. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to put some headers there. I mean, I don't know if it's going to solve the power issue. I doubt it. But getting the crud off of this board is probably not a bad idea either. Hello, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. There's some other gunk under here. Let me try and get that off. Yeah, so the curiosity is, how do we get this thing started up correctly? If we can. because like the 2SI power supply that we have in our 2SI, you have to sort of power on the logic board. You can't just do that. Well, there's an A to B keyboard port on this board here, and I do have the keyboard plugged into there. I did try, and that unfortunately did not seem to work. And I know in the past I never got that to work either, so that's nothing new. I'm just curious where some of these lead. Not that it's going to tell me much, but all right. So this leads to this pin here. So only one of these here lead to one of these there, but none there. All right, but let's see. Let's see. So I believe this is ground. Let's just see. Alright, so let me get a little notepad here so I could write down my assumptions of things. Let me get a piece of paper. Okay, so this is getting interesting now. Getting interesting 2.5 hours in. So, yeah, so the board gets power. This board has a pass-through power cable. You see this big chunky cable in the middle of the screen here? That connects to there. So this board gets power through there, and this gets power from that 2SI power supply. But the issue we're running into is how to sort of tell this board, okay, boot up. That's what we're not getting at here. I'm just going to draw a little diagram of these switches here so I can remember which pins are ground and which aren't. So I'm going to name this U. This is U2, and this has 3 pins here. 1 is a square, 2 are circles. I believe the middle one is ground. Alright, so the middle one is ground. Now, the same as for this. So for all I know, this could just be another LED, right? Yeah, this could just be another LED spot, which it's right next to it. So and these are actually connected with leads, so that very well may be what's going on here. What's interesting is that LED has 3 wires. Why would it need 3? There's ground and then there's 2. Maybe it's a multicolor? I have no idea. Anyway, just for the sake of this here, this is the sensor, and that is, I forgot already. Huh. All right, so the right pin is ground. So I'm just making crude notes here on my notepad so I remember this stuff. And let's see. And so the power connector here these 2 at the edge seem to be ground also. They just seem to be. That, yeah, makes sense because those wires are black on there. So okay, so I found ground at least. That should have been easier for me, but it's been a long day. And this fan, which is J3, has 3 connectors here, and both of these over here are ground, so that's fine. Okay, so I believe, since this is already being used for LEDs here, I believe that here there may have been another LED at one point, or another cable or something. I can easily solder in some pins there. I don't know if it's going to help. I can. Now, there's a bunch of unpopulated stuff here. I can't put anything there. I don't know what would go there. Now there are 2 spots here, J100 up here and R100. Now, I believe one transmits sound and one transmits data. I could be wrong, but one is, if I follow the cables that are on the bottom of this board here has a cable plugged into that is a sound output, so that's audio out. And then this is plugged into the modem port. So this is some type of data, maybe. So let's see. Maybe if I find out the pinout for the SCART, if I find out which pin is for audio, I could determine which one of these connectors is for sound. That may help me out here. I know it's a bit of a weird way of thinking, but let's try that here. So, get my keyboard. I do have a SCART cable somewhere, actually. Not that it's going to help me. I don't think they really use those ports for anything. I mean, who knows? But okay, here's SCART. Pin out. Whoop. All right, so pin 1 is all the way. Oh, actually, this is backwards. Yeah, okay. So pin 1 is the bottom right. Now, pin 1 is audio out right, and pin 3 is audio out. Okay, so they're right next to each other. So let's see if we get anything here. So, sorry, this is sort of going to be off camera. I'm just tinkering around here, trying to do this without falling everything off of my my board here. Okay, well that doesn't seem to be doing anything. Let me try. That doesn't seem to do anything. I'm curious. No, so this sound, at least, well, maybe that's an input. Hold on, let's try the other SCART port. Yeah, so I'm not getting anything really that's suggesting what I thought was going on here. I thought that possibly I could trace one of these SCART ports to sound in or out. See, this port is so close to here. I mean, they're both very close. I'm trying to understand this. Obviously, I didn't design this thing, so it's a bit of a mystery here. And we have some more. We actually have some of the solder mask scraped away there on this connector. But, yeah, Yeah, sorry if this is a bit slow, guys. I'm just, this is the first time I'm looking at this thing in years. And, I'm very curious if we could get any signs of life out of this thing. I mean, it could be the caps have gone or something, but, yeah, let me try this one, too. I always assumed that was for the fan. I think it is, though, but let's just double check here. It could also be that the SCART pinout has changed over the years. Yeah, let's see. No, that's reserved area, main ground 21. All right, so that should be ground. Yep. All right, so that works at least. Let's see. Audio in. Let's try. So audio out left, audio in right, audio out left mono. So 4. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 should be over here. Oh, it's 6. Oh, 6 is... Well, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know what I'm doing here. So both of those connectors from the LC side, ground is on the middle pin. So LC, and then, at least on this system, ground is on that middle pin, which is strange because the black pin here, the black cable, oh wait, yeah, the black cable is ground, that's grounded, but the black is on the right here. So that doesn't make sense if that was true. And then this black is also on the right here. So found this. Hey Dana. So Yannick, if you send something to me, I usually can't see it in the chat. YouTube is very strict about links. If you can email it to me at mac84tv@gmail.com, I'll be able to see it. But hello Dana, welcome to our madness here. We are in the middle of trying to diagnose this prototype board here. So this is a LC475 prototype board, and this just modified really. Has a ROM socket here. PDS slot is actually on the other side, which is interesting. And this giant case here is for this Apple set-top box board, and we're trying to figure out how to spring this thing to life because oh, Discord, yeah, that'll work too. I'll have to click on that. I'm not signed in here. Yes, Dana, we tried. Yeah, unfortunately, this I could never get this thing to boot. We're just trying to figure out if there's like an unpopulated thing here. If that was maybe a switch, that might have been an LED. But there's like no power switch on this board that I could tell. I mean, it could be that there's just something, a button that I'm missing, or I don't know. But it uses a 2SI power supply, which is interesting. And I was just rambling to myself because this board here is it has cables here that are grounded. A video to the SCART connectors, Yannick? Is that what you're saying? Let's check the Discord. I could try that. I have a SCART cable somewhere, or I could just put the wires into the thing. But let's put this on this side here. And bring that back over here. Oh, yes. I have posted in this thread many, many times. I won't tell you who. That's me. What post number are you looking at, Yannick? So I could skip ahead? because there are two different prototypes here. The one prototype may not exactly be the one that that I need, unfortunately, because there's 1 and 3. So the post number is in the goldish, beigeish box on the right side of that. I'm on page 4 here. Posted by Evan22. Okay. What post number was... Well, I'll scroll, but if you have the number of that post, it's in that gold thing on the right. STB output. Took a while before I got to testing my STB more. Try to turn on the either component or always get a small blip. However, I connect STB output, it will turn on and get a snow pattern on the TV. Furthermore, if I have something connected to a coaxial in on the output, I get a green screen or turn it on. Sometimes I will not get a green screen, but I will get a Mac startup chime. The one uses a higher number. Also, my plan is to try an external CD-ROM. Special program. By the way, does anyone have a transport code? 94. Yeah. I wonder what prototype he's talking about. If it's the same one I have. Let me double check. I'm just going back here. That's a good hint there, though. It's a L1 475 with an MPEG card and E1 network. My box has an additional video card that allows me to develop on a monitor. Development box has a different boot ROM. The first one did, Dana, yes. So, and then there's a much later one. I unfortunately have the feeling he's talking about the later one, because he's mentioning the ROM and he's mentioning a video card. And there's no space to put a video card on this, however, the other one does. I mean, we could certainly try it, but I don't know. So let me get my screen back up here, because I don't even know what you guys could see. There we go. Oh boy, this has certainly taken a few different turns, but here's the box that I think he has. I think he has this one. And I'll move this over here, because if I take this apart here, I just slide the top open. We'll see that this is very different. So here we have a slot here, and I've seen a photo of a card plugged in here with the DB15 sticking out here. That might have been his. That's on the Apple Fritter forums. That might have been his. And this is very different. Of course, we have a LC power supply here. We have what I believe is a ROM and a RAM chip, maybe. Bunch of capacitors, of course. A bunch of wires going every which way. Nice variety of the ports on the back. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that thread is gone. I was trying to look for it earlier. Was it the thin one like this, Dana? This is the much more common one. Or is it the big bulky one like this? Do you recall which one they got booting? This is actually an unpopulated floppy drive connector here. I could probably just solder a connector on there for the floppy drive. That would be fun. Yeah, see, this has an ADB port that's plugged into J6 here. That's 4 pins. Yeah, I mean, all these ones that are unpopulated are 3 pins, so that wouldn't be an ADB. I wish it was. That would be cool. But then why would it be unpopulated if they were using it? Yeah. Yeah, let me put this back over here. Okay. All right. me move my screens around again so I can see what I'm doing here. All right, so we're almost at 3 hours here. I'm very curious. I'm gonna try and move along here. So we know that. What does this say here? Yeah, that's like the remote sensor, I'm assuming. And that's status. Let me just write that down. So this is 102. Yeah, that's status LED. That's right next to that. Well, I appreciate it. And that's for the IR sensor in the front. That is U14. And just seeing if there's anything I'm missing here. That's J10. Oh, I'm sorry, J100. And this is, I think it's R100. Yeah, R100. And J3 is the fan. Yeah, this is quite perplexing. I mean, I'm sure someone has with, I know there's one other person at least I've seen with a board like this. But I'm not sure. You know, I do have a few Apple remotes. I'm not sure if they would use the code that this would. And I'm thinking if this was a development box, I would assume they'd want to power it on a little bit differently than the remote, but I could be wrong. I could certainly try it. Well, there is J11 here. I wonder if that would have been an ADB port. There were 4 pins there. It could be anything. Let me just see if the first. Let me just see. I'm a little curious now. If I look at this here. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the noise. So we have an ADB port here. Let's look that up here. We could try and see what's going on here. All right, so port 1 on ADB is data, and oh, port 2 is not used? Huh? Is that right? Is that right that the ADB port is only using 3 cables? 3 wires? Nope. Power key, volt. Yeah, never mind. No, it is. Maybe? I don't know. I'm a little confused here. I'm seeing some conflicting things. Power up is pin 2. Data is pin 1. Ground would be pin 4. So, if this is, well, this could be anything. But it would, if this J11 here on the board is in fact an ADB port, then this and this would be ground, which it is. Let's see where this other one goes. I mean, it's totally possible that could be an ADB connector. I mean, All right, this is what I'm going to do because I am so darn curious. And there's also 4 pins right here. That could be something too. Let me see if that goes to where I thought the audio went. Because maybe this was just never had the right thing in it. I don't know. Now that's 4, but that's also ground. So that is JB. I'm sorry. No. Maybe J8. And this is J11. So let's see if those match up if I do them together. So that's the first pin. Nope. Both ground. So they're different whatever they are, because yeah, they're definitely different. Oh boy. I mean, half of me wants to just start soldering pins in this and playing around. The other half of me has more common sense. We know which one will prevail, though, because this is Mac84. I made you guys wait this long. Might as well see if we can put some pins in it. Now, I think I have some in one of these drawers. I do. Well, this is a complete one for a Raspberry Pi. I don't want to break up that one. Here. These should be good. So we have 3. How many we need? We need 3, 3, 4, 3, 3. All right, and that should be good for now, I guess. Well, this is a prototype board, so let's do some prototyping, huh? Do you agree with me? Because I think that's all within the spirit of this board. Is if it's a prototype board, we're going to do some prototyping to it. Never been done before live on YouTube. Maybe. I don't know. Don't listen to my claims. That's alright, Walter. Take care. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around. Trina, you're still here. Hello. Alright, so. Is that pin going in? Well, you know what? We're going to put it on there anyway. So. This will be 3. Alright, that'll go there. And then we have 4 and 4. Oh, it almost flew off of the desk, didn't it? Okay, so I have enough to do everything except this one here, which is right next to the remote sensor. I'll probably find more to put that in, just for the heck of it. But let me turn on the iron here. While that heats up, I'm going to just go over to the other side of the room. I'm going to see if I have any more of those pins. And I will be right back. Okay, so I found a whole other header, so we could use that. But you know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna see how successful we can be here. And you know what? If we're not successful, at least we tried. That's all we can do is try. So get our tools out. Our tweezers here. Where's our tweezers? I did put them back, didn't I? I thought I did. So now comes the part of the program where I just talk to myself. Oh, who am I kidding? That's the whole program. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He is self-aware. I found my other pair of tweezers on the floor, so... Alright. Okay, so... This shouldn't be too hard. Famous last words. What I am going to do is suck the solder out of the back of this one here. So I can... Like, you know what? It's just one thing. I shouldn't even have to do that. So just put some fresh solder on it. And put our connector on it. There we go. Easy as that. Okay. So let me just put solder on the rest of that connector here. Of course, since our master Bruce is not watching over me, I forgot the flux. How dare I? A little too much solder on that one. Okay, that should be okay. So we have a new little header, if the camera wants to focus, right there. So it's a quick and easy job. Let's do, we have 4 ones to do. Now these I'll have to be a little more careful with. We just want to get the solder out of these spots. I got most of it out. Come on. Try from the other side. Well, I appreciate the help, Trina. I know that some of this information was out there a long time ago. And unfortunately, with websites closing and forums shutting down and such, sometimes that information is unfortunately just easily lost forever. But Maybe somebody will see this video and go, oh wait, I have the answer. Let's try that anyway. Well, I do appreciate you guys. Thank you for looking. It's not your fault if you can't find anything. Like I said, this stuff is not easy to come across, but it is appreciated, so thank you. I know you're all trying to help. Okay, so I just need to make sure those were in correctly. I'm just going to clean that up a little bit because where'd my Q-tips go? Darn it. There's some nasty flux or something on the board. Oh, Trina. Well, that's very kind of you. Yeah, I don't know if I would assume that schematics of this board would likely have been kept inside Apple because it is a prototype. But you never know. You just don't know. It could have been there. All right, so let's put some flux there. And we will put some fresh solder on there to secure this little connector to our board. Okay, that was pretty painless. Just get all that excess flux off that board. Where did those Q-tips go? I held a whole box of them. A whole box. That's gonna drive me crazy. That's what happens when you start streaming. Everything just goes away. It hides. It escapes you. Oh, my keyboard is right on it. Well, that's exactly where it went. Okay. Okay, so that's another one there. So what we did was we added that pin to here. So we have a pin out there. And that looks good. And then we have, where'd the other one I'm going to go? Right here, right by the SCART jack here. There's another set of 4. So I'll put this one there. Now I do have to get the soldering out of this one here because it does have solder on it. So let's Copper is hot, especially when you put solder on it. Oopsie. Try it from the top here. So we got one pin done there. Just cut off the excess of this braid. No worries, Yannick. This is a live stream. It's going to go on for a while. Thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. But I'll be here when you get back, or I'll be on the recording. So not to worry. But thank you for sticking around. I appreciate the help. Just an informal poll. I'm just curious, how many of you are still here from the beginning? Or near the beginning? Jay's like, oh, I gotta wake up. Well, even if I don't get this to work, it won't be for lack of trying. I'll tell you that. Okay. Well, we got 3 out of the 4 pins. We got all the solder off of them, which is good enough because I'll just heat the other pin and we could get that through there. Trina says me! Very enthusiastically. Shaking the Mac84 button she has. I'm here! Thank you, I appreciate it. And everybody who's sticking around. Let's see. We have Brian. Hey, Brian. I didn't even see you there, Brian. Hello. Your typewriter says hello. You've been trying to fix your Atari ST. What's going on with that? Was that the one you got from the e-waste facility? And Golden Panda has been here from the beginning as well. Watching this while I try and boot Linux on my Mac Mini G4, for some reason it keeps getting stuck. So can you hook it up to a television? Well, I can, but we're soldering some pins on here to maybe plug in a keyboard or something. I don't know what these pins do, but for the heck of it, I'm gonna do this. So they're on here. Even if we don't know what they do, they'll be here if we have to plug something into it. How about that? All right, here we go. That connector is on there pretty good. Okay, we'll clean this up a little bit here. Oh, weird. Well, at least you're getting some signal, Brian, so that's good. Well, that's good, Malta. Thank you. I'm glad. Everyone seems to be very productive as you're watching me. So that's good. Walk around the house, do some chores, try and fix some other stuff. We're fixing stuff together. Oh my goodness, it's 10 p.m. already. Time flies. Okay. That connector is securely on there. That's okay too, Trina. You don't have to be productive. Honestly, that's what I like doing. I'm watching Jay's streams, or well, Jay doesn't stream that often, but Bruce's streams, or something else. I'm usually on the couch, some pretzels, some chocolate chips, maybe some potato chips or something. Being lazy while I'm watching other people work. So, and that's probably what I'll do after this. Memory problem or bad connector? Ooh, that's rough. Good luck, Brian. I wish you the best. Oh, that's right. You got a new LC. That's cool. What LC is it? LC 1, 2, 3? Let us know. Okay, and while the iron is hot, let's plug in the final connector here, and I will use the same style of connector that it has there. It's this sort of, I guess I could bend them. Doesn't really matter, but they're sort of at an angle. Okay. Alright, just the final connector here to try and get that solder off. Oh yeah, that one. Oh, I thought that came off there. Okay, we got one. Let's try the others. You did do some Googling, yes. The original LC, the 16-bit bus. Ah, thought I got that one, but I didn't. Let me try. Where's my tweezers? Let me try this. Okay, there we go. Alright, not bad. That was hot. Ow. I'm alright. A little bit toasty. Oh, now I feel old. Are those scratches on the bottom or tons of traces? I will show you in a sec, Jay. I don't think there are any scratches really, but we will see. There's a lot of traces on the bottom, tons of them. But maybe you're seeing something I'm not, so. Okay, so we should be able to turn the iron off. I think I got everything there. Alright, so where did you see scratches, Jay? These are all traces here. This is like gunk, but the lighting does not make this helpful here, but there's definitely some smudge marks from the rubber this was sitting on. But yes, okay, they are traces. Cool. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new headers on this board. Whether we're going to be able to do anything with them, who knows? But let's get the case back over here. Which is easier said than done. Oh boy. And I'm going to put these screws back in a minute. Actually, this can go back in now. Okay. So, do I have a spare LED? Where do I have LEDs? I know I have LEDs. Let me check my little parts thing here, because maybe I could just make a makeshift one. Well, I could look for that in a second. Actually kind of want to... Yeah, that's going to be awkward. Let me move these pins up. Should have done this before I soldered it on, but... should be okay. Because these pins were at an angle, so it's just easier if I, especially if it's going to be in a position where it's right against the wall of that board, that case rather. I'm just straightening these ones out. They didn't have to be at an angle anyway or anything, but. And they don't have to be perfectly straight either. They just have to be okay enough for me to plug things into it. What did you miss? A whole bunch of stuff. So what we've been doing for the past, I don't know, hour, we've been looking at this board. This is the set-top box board that the prototype LC plugs into. And what we've gone ahead and done is plugged in some headers to missing areas. So we plugged in a header here. We plugged in one here. We plugged in one here. Here. I think that was it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we did 4. So I was hoping maybe one of those is an ADB port and we could boot this thing up. I don't know. We could try it. So let's get this back in the case. And we also confirmed the power supply works from the 2SI power supply that was originally in this thing. We confirmed that works, which is good. So I'm gonna maneuver this board back in here somehow. Oh, it'd be helpful if you could see. Yeah, see, this piece has to sort of slide out of the way because of the way the metal goes into the RF component areas here. Okay. Now, that's a good question. So this connector is red. This fan connector has red and blue on it. I would assume blue is ground. I would assume. And I'm actually taking this out. Is this a power jack? This might be a power jack. Wait a second. Why would there be a power jack? It might have been a switch or something. But look at that. Yeah, that prototype board, which is here, is a fully contained Mac. This booted up. We booted this up by itself. It worked fine. But this plugs into here. But when they're plugged in, it uses this power supply. And I can't get the machine to have any signs of life with that power supply plugged in. But we're trying some things. I'm going to assume this is some type of tuning, or it was a switch or a dial. I don't know if this is I don't think this is a power jack. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm actually going to leave this unplugged because I don't know what it does. Well, there are 2 antenna connectors here. And this one has a tune switch. This I honestly don't know what it is. I could keep guessing, but I would assume it's not a power connector because they have a big power supply there. Why would they need another power connector? It sort of just fits in there. Maybe it's like a sync signal, or maybe it's the power button? Wait a second. Maybe this is the stupid power button. Maybe this is a power button. Maybe the button fell off. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Hold on. Let's plug that in. We could have soldered those things in for nothing. Who knows? That could have... This was always on the board since the day I got it. That could explain a lot. Let's plug everything in here. Okay. And let me go to my cheat sheet here. Where's the LED? LED. Ground is the middle. That doesn't make any sense. Oh. Let me just take a cheat pick. Let me just look at. That's what I should have said. At the photo I took on Flickr. I just want to see how something is plugged in correctly. I mean, if something is plugged in correctly. Good thing I took these photos, huh? That doesn't help. we'll find out, I guess. Won't we? Speak English, good, go. Yes. Alright, so that's plugged into there. Whether that was exactly how that was plugged in or not is up for debate. Yeah, so let's put this, where's that? Here, this plastic thing, which is very neat actually. So this goes here. Try and get this thing back on there correctly without breaking it. We don't want to break any prototype plastic that we can't have easily made for us, can we? Or do we? Whatever. You know what? Words are hard. Alright, that should work. Alright. The connector is grounded. This might be a power switch. Who the heck knows? I mean, it has two cables. Let me confirm which way it's supposed to go in. Because I could tell which is ground. So that'll help. Now we're getting crazy here. Alright, so this actually goes the other way, like that. That is supposed to be ground, like that. Okay. Let's see here if we get any lights without putting the board on. Let's see something. I'm curious if I plug this in and we push this switch or this button or something. Let's see if I bridge these two. I mean, probably. Nope. It might be the power button, but it might maybe it just doesn't connect properly when the board's not on there. So we'll still move forward. We're still excited here. Experiencing new things. Alright, so these connectors we're still a little confused about, but I'm going to take a guess at how they go in. And we'll try. That's all we can do. I'm going to unplug this audio one. I don't think it's necessary, and it's preventing me from putting this back on, so. Okay, well, we have it plugged in. Let's do the works here. Let's get our video connector here. Okay, let's get our keyboard here. I hope something new will happen. And the only problem is I'm not going to be able to see that light if it turns on. Actually, I will turn my phone into a very expensive mirror. There, so I could see that now. Okay, we got that. There's a a slot for a PRAM battery, but let's hope it does. Wait, there's a... Oh, no, that's a power socket for a hard drive. Okay. That's a good way to test this. Maybe? No. No. Alright, whatever. If there's power, this fan should turn on, and that light should go on. Alright, so I'm gonna plug it in. Alright, so ADB keyboard button does nothing. Let me see if this switch does anything. Alright, bridging either of those connectors does nothing. So maybe this was like an input toggle or something. The power is on the strip. I've never gotten this to work, so... Well, you know what? Let me also steal a speaker from this Quadra here. And let me steal the fan from it too. Because just in case we do get power from the LC, that'll be an easy way to tell. Oh, see my comment above days. What about that up and down switch near where the button is that you think might be the power button? Oh, that says, well, it says tune. Oh, you know what? So it says tune right above that switch. So that's probably a knob. And so it's not a power strip. And then this little switch up and down, that's channel 3, channel 4. So that's like standard on an RF module, and it's part of this module. So that may not be it. Let's keep thinking here. No, yeah, it doesn't hurt to think about that stuff. Yeah, I mean, maybe this could be turned on by a remote. I have some Apple remotes. I have some other TV remotes too. I have a universal remote. Let me grab that 1 second. So here's a universal remote I have. Is power coming out of the power supply? Well, see, if just like the 2SI, you have to press the button for the power supply for the machine to start. I tested this power supply in a 2SI, and I could turn it on fine. And the battery's dead on this. Of course it is. Why should it work? I don't know if a remote would do it. I mean, I have a VCR remote here, but the right signal is probably not going to just do anything, you know? Yeah, the power supply can only go in one way, and then this jumper cable can only go in one way. Now, yeah, CPU is cold. Let me see something. I'm gonna run a cable onto the what it's probably just LED jumpers, but I'm just gonna run a cable there so I could put them together. I have these little cables that snap into each other. And put that Maybe it does, Jay, but the day I got it, it didn't do anything, so I don't know if that's it, but who knows at this point, honestly. This is very peculiar. That is very true, Jay. But I don't know. Trying to see if there's something I'm missing here. Where did I put that cable I just put in there? There it is. Yeah, I guess I could try that, Jay. That's a good point. I'm just seeing if just trying out something silly here, but don't got much to lose, so no. So I will show you what I can get it to do, and this I was able to do years ago, so this should work. If I take an LC power supply, like the one out of this Quadra. So what I could do is I could unplug this power supply. In theory. Oh, come on. So I can unplug this one. And I could just use a standard LC power supply. And I could power up this board directly. Now, that doesn't really do much. The board still works, but this fan will spin, I believe. If I recall correctly. Let's try that. Yeah. So this fan spins now. And the LED light is on, actually. Hey, look at that. The LED light is on. And the fan spins. But that's using this, and the power is going directly into here. Now, yeah, some power, I guess, is getting to this board. But I don't know if it's enough power. And I don't know why they would have used this. So we get an image, and the image is from this board. So it's just like as if we were booting up. As if we were booting up with the board alone, you know. Because it's completely oblivious to what is on there, I believe. So, but you know, the voltage that is supposed to be going to this board is probably not enough. I mean, we do get that LED light, which is nice. This fan is spinning, which is good to know. But other than that, yeah. Well, see, I thought of that, but it can't plug in anywhere because this cable here goes from the bottom board to the top board, and so you can't have both of them really in there. So that's at least my thought process with this. I think the floppy drive used to hang over here, I think. But it would be very strange to me if you needed two power supplies, because this board here isn't much. This is like an accessory board. This is what needs the power. So why would you have this big beefy thing just for the bottom board? It doesn't make sense. It's just my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong about this. What I will try and do is plug a TV into it, I guess. I don't know. Well, I also don't want to plug in both power supplies at the same time. I don't know if that'll probably not be a good thing, a good thing for this thing. What I will do is we will turn this one off for a second, because you don't really get much here. Sorry that you're looking at the ceiling. Hold on. And what we can do is I want to show you briefly, because I promised we'd look at it more, and we ended up not. You move these out of the way for a minute. Oh boy, there's too many computers over here. So I'm going to move this off of the desk just for a moment. And we'll move this one onto the desk. This is the much newer one. Now I think for this, all I could do is get a power light on it, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I can't. Oh, yeah. I get a red light, which is like an error light. I think that's the extent of what I could get on this model. Much less exciting. And since I really can't get any video on this, well, this one has a working power supply in it also. I tested it, I wrote good on it, and we get a light. If the power supply was dead, we wouldn't get any light or anything. That's my assumption there. But this one, others have tried hacking the heck out of it, and have had some varied success. I think the ROM that I have in mind is not anything that's going to enable it to boot the Mac OS, at least from my understanding. There's still a PRAM battery in here. I should probably take that out. It's a rare Apple prototype PRAM battery. I'll put that over there. Let's see the date on this thing. 1995. All right. But it didn't leak or anything. We're good. No harm done. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin on this one. This one's just like a mystery to me. Probably not going to play around with this one much, to be honest, because it looks pretty. It can't really do anything. I mean, if I plugged in a SCSI hard drive, it might boot off of it, but the only way we'd know if we pinged it or something like that from an Apple Talk network. I mean, that's just a guess. There's a button on here. I wonder what that button does. Yeah, so if I push the power button, after about 4 seconds, the light goes to red. Which might be an error light or something, you know. Very interesting piece of tech, I'll give it that. But not sure what else you could do with this thing. I mean, there's an ADB port here, but that's that there. That plugs in there to that ADB port. Yeah, so the ADB port here is on the side of the machine. It's just labeled input. It's a little bit crusty looking, but yeah, so I mean, this one I'm putting aside. I don't really know what to do with that one. This one here, oh boy. I mean, let me do a search real quick. I think I remember this board being called Optimus or something. I doubt anything will come up. My own video comes up. Yeah, that's probably not what I want. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, so this actually says it's a Quadra 605 logic board, which makes sense. Scarf and RF ports, RJ45 bat. Supported the G703 standard for T1 E1 networks. 100 units were produced. So apparently this is 1 out of 100. This guy right here, according to pippin.fandom.com/wiki/Apple Interactive TV Box. Hello, Sammy. Welcome to the party. Jeez, we're almost at 4 hours here. I'm going to cut it off in about 14 minutes probably, because we've been going at this for a while, and we you know, I think we've been futzing around here, and unfortunately we really haven't gotten anywhere. Let's see. I just want to check something here. So if that was ground, the status LED, that worked. And so, where's my multimeter? I keep misplacing that thing. There it is. If that was ground, that one is too. I'm curious if I put this there. I'm curious if we get the LED to work in that new spot that I soldered it on. Just curious. Probably not going to do anything, but I can. Yeah. I'll plug it into a TV before we go. I could at least do that. Okay. And let's plug our power back in here. So I plugged in, the power supply started clicking, which is probably not a good sign. Yeah, the power supply started clicking and the fan started twitching. Maybe this power supply is going. let's try the other power supply. Why not? Oh boy, I really need to get those recapped. So this one should work. Let's hope this one isn't busted or anything either. Alright, this one works. Now I'm going to plug this into here. Just curious. Okay, so where I soldered the pins, we have a working LED slot. Port, or whatever you want to call it. So, the LED is on. So at least this is something. The LED is on, and we connected it to that new jumper that I installed on the left there. So that is definitely, maybe, a spot for a second LED. So there we go. Yeah. Well, Charlie, that's a good guess, but I was almost kind of inspired by his tweet to mess around with this thing. I don't think he was even aware of this big boy. Most people aren't. How you doing, Charlie? Let's see. Have you tried running it with only one RAM stick or swapping the RAM? I don't know. Anything at this point could be possible. This is something I read on the site. These can reportedly boot 7.1 if you have special video drivers, but getting one to boot is supposedly to be an unbelievable chore. Yeah, this would be a chore at this point. I would agree. So we can get this machine to turn on. And I mean, yeah, let's plug our SCSI 2SD adapter back in. I'm gonna try the internal SCSI cable again. Maybe there's just some dust on it or something. But let's plug that in there. Well, you know what? No, let's not fiddle with things that we know don't work. That's how we usually get ourselves into messes. Come on, untangle yourself from there, please. Thank you. Okay, yeah. The other one I know is a chore to get to boot, but let's try and do something with this one at least. So put this down where it's not going to short itself out or anything. Move some of my tools out of the way here. So, ideally, this power supply should power both the bottom and the top box, but I can't figure out how to initiate this power supply turning on. There is no switch on here, and the other Mac that this power supply went to had a power switch. So, there's either a power switch here that no work, or something. Maybe it powered on through some other means. I'm not entirely sure, but that's a mystery right now. What I can do is power the LC board directly through here, and some power is going through the PDS slot to this board on the bottom because this fan is spinning. And that's really as far as I could get. Yeah, so let's try booting it again. Just for the heck of it, we're gonna plug the keyboard in. We have our video here, so let me switch to our VGA capture here. And so we should get, if I would plug the monitor in, that is, the monitor cable, we should get some video from here, hopefully. And let's turn it on. So the fan is spinning, which is a good sign. Let's see if we get any video. I guess I could do that, Trina, but I did try this power supply with the 2SI and it worked fine. I have to toggle this thing like once or twice. It might be the board. I don't know. Or the power supply. Anything at this point could be weird. Yep, so we got a screen on here, which is good. Let's see if it'll boot from our SCSI to SD adapter. So we're not getting a cursor on the screen, and we're not getting the rounded corners. That could be due to the way that this serial port is wired into this bottom board. So I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to unplug that connector there. That might be plugged in the wrong way. Who knows? Okay, I'm going to unplug that. Plug the ADB port back in. Plug that back in. Plug our SCSI cable back in. And we'll try that again. Yeah, I can try that. I'm sure I just don't know the pinout for these things, so it's kind of like poking around in the dark there. I could find ground pretty easily, but... Alright, so we have the screen again. We don't have the rounded corners. So I think it's sort of halting here because obviously there's something plugged into the PDS slot that it doesn't know what to do with. Let me turn this off. Let me undo the memory on this. And let me try it again. Yeah, I think it's likely the power supply, but might be the caps on the board too. I have to turn this thing on like twice. And it could be the caps. I mean, who knows? This thing is not the best looking, especially around the audio area. Everything else looks pretty okay though. But if I lift this off of the board, the thing will boot, but it doesn't really help us. Let me see something. If I lift this up here, without doing much else, I just want to lift this up. Oh, sorry. Put this over here. Let's just see if we get it to boot without any other changes. Alright, so we don't get... There, now we get the rounded corners. So yeah, there's something going on when it's connected to that board. We have our cursor now. Yeah, that's probably what you'll find, Trina. That's what I found. Alright, so this'll boot. So if anybody wasn't around a few hours ago when we booted this thing, that's what it'll do. What I will do is something silly. I will turn on Apple Shared Networking. So if we could get the other system to boot 7.5 headless, maybe we could test something. I don't know. We'll see. Because this has the same processor in this board is on the other board. Yes, 4 hours. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna cancel that. Actually, you know what? We could erase that. There's nothing on there. I made a backup of everything. In fact, let's do that because I don't want that dialog box coming up on the other system, and we can't do anything with it. Well, we'll do it when it reboots anyway. Anyway, let's go to Apple Talk here. I probably don't have it installed, do I? Shoot. Unless it's through the chooser. It might be through the chooser. I forget. Apple Talk is active. But through what port? Apple Talk switch. System folder. Okay. We might have an incorrect installation of the Apple Talk software, which is frustrating. It is active. Normal. NORMAL. And we'll say this is Apple STB. Start sharing. I have no idea what port it's sharing to, but it's not complaining. Yeah, raw elements, that's what I'm guessing, is when we use the big power supply, it just must not be doing anything. Now, let me turn on the power computing clone machine on the other side of the room here, because I want to run an Apple Talk cable and just see which of these ports, either the modem or the serial, is working via Apple Talk. And you'll probably guess why I'm trying to figure that out. So let me just do that real quick. almost done. The cable I have is like barely long enough. We'll see if it works. Okay, so this cable is like an inch too short. Let me use an extension I think I have. Hold on. I'm borrowing the extension cord from my image writer printer here, but let's what port would that be? That would be the printer port's on the left. So let's go to the modem port first. Let's see if that works. PDS on the bottom of the board itself must be faulty. The fact that it only boots to no cursor and no corner curve screen means that the boards cannot talk to each other properly, so it locks up. Yes, that might be the case. It might not be. I think the bottom board may not be getting the right power to send signals, but that could just be me. I don't know. There also could have been a different ROM in here. Maybe the ROM is just gone, and that's why this thing doesn't. I don't know. Who knows. Let's try this network thing here. Alright, so that computer doesn't see this AppleTalk network when I plugged it into that port. So let's try the other port. And yes, I think now it sees it. Okay, it's complaining the password's not correct. Let's try it from this side. So let's go to chooser. Okay, we see our power center. So we must be connected. Yeah, okay. So the printer port is what is set up for AppleTalk on this machine. Let's see if we can drag over the control panel. I doubt it's that simple. And I'm begging for trouble here, I just know it. Well, it's not an extension, actually. I'm opening the wrong folder. Hello! Do you fight for the users, sir? I'm sure you do. We are 4 hours into whatever the heck this is. I don't even know where to begin at this point. I will give everybody an understanding of where we are in 1 minute. I'm just trying to copy something over here. That's really funny, David. Okay, so we know the printer port works here. I'm going to drop this in the control panels folder. It may or may not work, because an invisible item with the same name already exists. Well, why the heck is it invisible, man? I'll name this Apple Talk 1. That's probably a very bad idea. No, we don't have to do that. Anyway, let's shut down. And restart. I'm going to initialize the disk that is complaining, just so we eliminate some things. So, hopefully this will work. I think, honestly, back in the day I did try 2 power supplies, but I don't think anything happened. And it would make little sense to require 2 power supplies. They would have built one into the box. But it's just, I'm just spitballing here. Alright, so now we want to erase this. Come on. Whatever. Alright, well, it doesn't like that. That's okay. Open transport is not loaded. Well, whatever. So if we go to chooser, when the machine boots up, and we go to Apple Share, we see the power center. Let me just run over the power center and confirm we can still see this machine. Apparently I set the password wrong or something. Hold on. I can't seem to log into this one. This mouse is becoming more trouble than it's worth, unfortunately. Right, I'm just gonna Steven, and I'm just gonna put pass as the password. That should do it, hopefully. Okay, that worked. So, this machine, let's shut her down. This machine will boot up with Apple Talk enabled. So, what we're going to do here is the following. That CPU got hot. Okay, we're going... Well, let me move things around, then I'll explain what we're doing here. So I'm going to move the prototype board away for a minute, because I don't have the right video cables right now, and that all the monitors I have here are composite and not RF. So unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to send a video signal to it right now. But since we do have something working, I want to try something I've always heard talked about on this machine here. Now this machine, people claimed that they could start up an AppleTalk network on here. Now there's only one serial port, so this is probably going to not be a good idea, but let's try it. This serial. Got an ADB port. So we got AppleTalk working on that machine. So what I'm going to do is plug in the hard drive onto this one and see if this will boot to the Mac OS. And I don't know, see if it boots, it'll run the AppleTalk server, and then we know. I have to use this HDI 30 SCSI connector, because that's the only SCSI that this has in it. Same one used on the PowerBooks. And let's see if our SCSI to SD adapter gives us any lights. That'll be good. And we need our power supply here. Okay. So I push the power button here. No activity on the SCSI to SD adapter. I bet you that LED is red on the front. No, it's not. Oh, there's no power cord plugged into this stupid thing. Oh boy. I'm sorry, I should have transitioned this over. Alright, we got an LED on the SCSI adapter. As soon as I flip the power switch. Let me try pushing the power button on the front. Yeah, no activity on the SCSI light, and I bet that's red right now. Yep, it is. So I'm assuming that ROM is maybe not what we need. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, did the video get messed up again? I just did a switch, Orlando. So sorry if the video was in a different window. I was sharing a screen before, and it wasn't working. Yeah, I'm getting no signs of life on the SCSI to SD adapter. No, like, blinking or anything. So I think the ROM in this system is probably not smart enough to understand what's going on here. Because it's not trying to boot off of the SCSI drive. Yeah, this happens sometimes. We run a little long. I'm sort of running out of ideas here, so might stop very soon. I know I said that about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. Oh yeah, so what you were probably seeing is I do a picture-in-picture with a video screen, so that was probably why. If you saw my video crammed in the bottom right-hand corner, that was why. Yeah, so I just get the red light on this thing. I'm going to assume that's the ROM. Yeah, that's the ROM there. I don't think I have a different ROM to put in there. No. Be cool if I did, because I'd swap one out and try it, but I'm gonna turn that off. I'm gonna just take a look at this. So I think this is the ROM here. Looks very shiny. 1983 to 1993 Apple. I did not, Trina. I did years ago, but I'm kind of afraid to do that, because if you're getting like 12 volts and 5 volts going to the wrong places, I don't want to screw it up. I mean, I'm being overly cautious here because these are kind of one-of-a-kind systems. So I really don't want to just like go willy-nilly trying that. But I'm hoping someone may watch this, or someone may find something, or maybe I'll do some research afterwards and see what potentially could be going on. Try reseating that. See if that makes any difference. Yeah, this is a HDI SCSI, so the same SCSI used in the PowerBooks to just a regular 25-pin SCSI. I think this blinked. I'm not sure though. Did it? Is that red light on? Ah. Wish there was a light on the back of this thing. Yeah, okay. So that red light turns on automatically. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, this is very interesting. So I'm not getting anywhere with this. So I'm turning this one off. A good try though. What I will do to satisfy the curiosity of everyone, I will plug this in to a monitor. I believe I have, yeah, this monitor has just regular composite. So where the heck is that cable going? Really? Hold on. Oh, it's probably plugged into this laser display. Yes, it is. So we'll borrow that for a second. Okay. And I doubt we're going to get any picture or even ever screen or anything. But I haven't done this in a long time, so who the heck knows? Alright, so we're going to set this TV here, monitor, whatever that is, to composite. Plug the power in this. Well, we gotta plug the SCSI again. Why not? Heck not. Alright, so power is on here. It is plugged into that monitor. And the light flashed again on the SCSI adapter, which is interesting, but only flashed once, and not getting any video signals or anything. Well, there's a power LED in the front, and there's a power button. Pushing them don't really seem to do anything. I believe this battery does have a charge. I will put it in. We'll see what that does. Yeah, I don't think many others have gotten any video signal out of this at all. There's no drivers for the Mac OS for this type of video out. I think my ROM is probably either too... I don't know. There's something with the ROM is probably an issue here. It might be expecting things over a network and it's not going to get them. This I've had... Basically what we're experiencing now is all I've ever seen with this thing. Which is why it's been sitting on a shelf for so long. But I did try. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Now, let me unplug this here. Yes, Command Option TV is, you know, it's not a bad idea, but it's not even looking for a hard disk. But yeah, I'll try it. It would be funny if it was that simple. So we're going to plug it in. Hold down Command Option TV. Hey, Kate. Yeah, so we're not getting too many signs of life out of this thing. It is a prototype. It probably is supposed to have a special ROM in there. I do have a ROM in there. I don't know what year it is or anything like that. It says 1995, so it might be a later ROM that is expecting something over the network, a special boot package or something. Command Option TV does not seem to be, well... It would help if the machine was on, or maybe I just turned it off and I just don't remember. Let's see if that LED turns on. Yep. Alright, so the LED is on. I'm holding down Command Option TV. But... let me try some other commands, like Option. Let's try... well, where's that SCSI card? There it is. So if I don't press anything, I think this red light automatically like turns itself on like a status thing. Yeah, tapping it really doesn't do anything. There is a floppy port header here. I guess I could solder a header on there, but that would take too long, and I don't know if that's going to do anything, honestly. Because if the ROM isn't reading a what Macintoshes do I have a ROM for? You guys, refresh my memory. What Macintoshes require a ROM sim here? I'm wondering if I have one that may plug in. That may plug into this spot. This is 64 pins on this ROM here. I don't know if the Macintosh TV has a ROM sim. It would have to be in a sim like this. I mean, they all have ROMs, but they're all usually socketed. I should put a label on this so I don't misplace it. I think the SE30 has a slot for it, but it did not have, like, it's not like it has one just sitting in there. And it would likely have to be from something like an LC or a Performa for it to do anything useful, I would assume. I have a Centrus 650. So I could look. Let me just put a label on this, so I know that this is the set-top box ROM. Where's my pen? There it is. Okay. Centrus 650. I guess that could have a ROM in there, maybe. SC30 and 2S have ROM sims out, but those ROM sims definitely won't work on a 68040. Would have to be a 68040 system. So, yeah, and so Anonymous Freak, and I'm sorry I keep calling you that, I don't know your first name. I do have a Quadra 840 AV, but the ROM slot is empty. So it's just using the ROM on the board, and that one doesn't work anyway. Well, the system doesn't boot. I have a Quadra 800, but I don't think that has a SIM slot. 7100 I have a 7100, but I don't know if that's a 6804. No, the 7100 is a Power PC, so that wouldn't work. Ed, okay, thank you, Ed. Yeah, so it would have to be a ROM sim from a 040. What machine? I have plenty of LCs, and there are a few other. I have yeah, I have some Performa series. I have a 630 CD. I have I'm trying to think of the ones that were not PowerPC. I mean, you guys tell me a machine, and I'll go check. I probably have it, to be honest. I have some LCs. I have LC2s. I have LC3s. I have a Performa 400. You know, just like that's one of the LCs. You know what? I wonder if this even fits in here. So this is the prototype board. I wonder if this ROM sim even fits in here. So I have a Quadra 605 right here, but it doesn't have a ROM sim slot. So I wonder what, I mean, would it harm anything? So here's the ROM from this board into this prototype. Do you think it would harm anything if I turn this machine on with this ROM in it? Because this is an LC040 board. I wonder if that's a good idea or not. I mean, I guess if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It shouldn't blow it up. Hopefully. It does fit in the slot. Oh, you know what? Where'd our video adapter go? Darn it. There it is. Okay, here's our video adapter. I will plug in the speaker just in case. I had the fan here. The fan will help me see if the machine turns on or not. Where'd that go? Where'd the fan go? Come on. That's not cool, man. Yes. Well, this is Apple we're talking about. They do a lot of silly things, but I'm with your line of thinking on that. Right. Not cool. I get it. Let me just stand up for a second. It's probably like right. Oh, right here. Here it is. All right. I'm gonna put the fan in. And let's hope we don't destroy a perfectly good ROM, okay? Here goes nothing. Fan spins. Now let me turn it on, turn it off again, because I've been having to do that with this system. I don't know if it's just a capacitor or what. I'm curious if we get any video. Oh, that's right. This is set to composite. Oh wait, we're getting a screen. We're getting a screen. So it is booting. It's booting with this ROM. How about that? How about that? Okay. So this ROM will boot the Mac OS. Okay, that's very interesting. So, if this ROM will boot the Mac OS, then I'm curious what is stopping it from booting on the other system. This is very curious. But that's something, all right. I wish I had like why isn't the keyboard working? Oh, the mouse isn't plugged in, that's why. I wish I had some like Apple System Profile or something to give us more information about this machine or the ROM. Is there a program that I could run? Does anybody know if there's a macOS program I could run to like dump the ROM or look at information of the ROM? Because this is a SCSI to SD adapter. I could put that app on here. I'd be extremely curious to see if I can find out any information about that ROM through a macOS program. I know there's that Rominator software, a hardware thing. I've never played with it, so I don't know how that operates or anything. If anybody is aware of a ROM dumper or some type of software like that that'll run on System 7, take your time, but think about that. I'm going to go and take a bathroom break upstairs. I will be right back, but please think about that, and hopefully this doesn't combust into flames in the few minutes I'm gone. I'm back. Does it feel hot? No. Tattletech is one. Okay. Emulation.com. Ooh, okay. Let's get this. Let's get this working. Thank you very much, Ed. Okay, I got copy ROM here. So let's transfer that over our network here to our Mac Mini. And then I can put that on our SCSI2SD adapter. Okay. I have so many mice and keyboards on here. It is ridiculous. Okay, we got that. Let's shut this down. Take the SD card out. And we're going to put this in our USB adapter here. Okay. And sorry the chat's covered up here. Tattletech is one. Emulation, copy ROM maybe. Yeah, it's called copy ROM, I think. Probably should read previous comments before posting something. That's alright, don't worry about it. Try Tattletech if I can. Before in 20 years. Alright, Tattletech. I can't find that. Let me just search on the web for that. Tattletech is a system profiler, tech tool, and bug reporter. Okay. Let's get that. Oh, there are a bunch of different versions. This copy has been registered, does not require activation. It will run on system 6 or later. 2.58, claimed by some to be the most all-around stable. Okay, let's get that one. 2.58. Final version made freeware, no registration, and is fully enabled. Let's try that one. Let's just download all of them, I guess. So I'm just downloading these. It's actually a Leopard that's running. So I'm just using screen sharing built into the Mac OS. Alright. Because the Leopard operating system can write to the older HFS disks. So that's all I need for the SCSI2SD adapter. We're not doing anything too fancy here. But, which is the last one? That was... 58 was claimed to be stable, so I'm just going to put stable at the end, and then 8.4 is the final, and I'll just put free at the end so I know what that is. So I got all of them here. So Tattletech and copy ROM. So hopefully that'll be enough. Okay, so let me open all of those. Okay, so we got a bunch of those there. Let me put this in the desktop folder. Make a folder called set-top box stuff. And I will copy over these lovely things. I think I also had set-top box extensions. Yeah, I definitely have them. Whether they're on this computer or not is questionable. Let me just jump on one of my other machines. I know this is kind of boring, so I apologize. Let me just. Oh, I'm in the small screen again, aren't I? Oh, I am deeply sorry. I did not mean to be in such a small screen. Sorry about that. I am just trying to connect to one of my other machines here and just see if those set-top box extensions are on that one. There are still 30 of you watching. Oh my goodness. We're almost at 5 hours. Oh boy. I don't know how much longer I can last, but we're gonna try at least to dump this ROM or something. How about that? All right. So I'm just looking at my machine upstairs. See if I had anything. Yes, I had them here. Where the heck is it? So the file name must contain that. I found the script for the video I did. That doesn't help. I found a screenshot. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about the tiny screen. Yeah, let me try another machine. I don't know if it's on that one because that's a newer one. Oh wait! I put them on my website. That's right. I put them on my website because I posted them. I posted them a while back. Hold on. Let's go to Mac84.net. I think it's under random, maybe. Oh, Apple set-top box items. Here we go. Here we go. Sweet. Alright, might as well get that, because we're here anyway. Might as well put them all on that SD card. Cool. Alright. And so these are extensions that are supposed to work on that. Now, supposed to, I don't know. I don't know if anyone ever got them to work, but they're for the Model 3, so they're for the newer one. So they're not designed to work on this, I don't think, because it's called STB 3. But we're just gonna copy that over. It would help if I actually copied it. Just gonna copy that over just for the heck of it, anyway. All right, so we have copy-ROM and we have Tattletech. I think we're good. So I'm gonna eject these disks here. Actually, you know what? Can I erase this disk? Yeah, this Mac files disk, it can't... Oh, hold on a second. There's some good stuff in here I can copy over. Because it doesn't recognize this partition for whatever reason, but there's plenty of space here. So let me copy over some of these SCSI utilities, which are very helpful. Disk copy, yes. Utilities. Yes. SCSI probe, sure. Stuff it bundle, yes please. Anything else? Anything else? Disk copy 4, that's good to have. And formatting software. Also good to have. All right, cool. We should be good to go. Let me just try and erase this macOS files thing, because it keeps yelling at me every time I try and do it. But macOS standard, let's just erase it. It's all backed up, so I don't have to worry about it. Alright, so hopefully it won't complain when I boot up. Eject all. Okay, we're getting our SD card out. We are going to switch back to the tiny screen because I have my capture box set up, and we're going to hopefully see some interesting stuff here. How about that? All right. So hopefully, there we go. Our system is booting. Hopefully. This went live a long time ago. I don't know how I'm still here. But hello. Hello, Classic Mac. How are you? Alright, so we're booting up here. So we are using the set-top box ROM that came out of this set-top box on our prototype Quadra 605 or Performa 470 or whatever it is. It's booting into the Mac OS. So that ROM is capable of booting. Whether the hardware is capable of booting is another thing, but jeez. Yes, thank you. Yes, I hit 2,100 subscribers or something like that. I have to update this banner that is washed out, but it reads 1,000. I was going to do a giveaway, but I honestly, it snuck up on me. So, it still can't read that disc, can you? Yeah. Let me try, because that's going to annoy me. I'm just going to see if I have Lido here, which should allow me to erase partitions. And let me just see if I can erase partition, customize partitions. Partition info. Yeah, that's not gonna do. Whatever. That's not what we're here for. Alright, set-top box stuff. Let's clean this up. Or not. We'll clean it up manually. How about that? Alright, so let's open up copy ROM. ROM information. Okay. Make a new folder. STB3 ROM. Save. I think that worked. Ed, was it your channel where you did a video where you were typing on a bunch of different keyboards? Or am I thinking of somebody else? It was a while back. It wasn't anything recent, but... Alright, so that we have a 1 megabyte ROM file here. Very cool. Let's try Tattletech 84, because I like 84. Read me. You got that right, Ed. Oh, boy. Alright, let's open Tattletech and see what happens. There's not enough memory. No! Alright, let's shut down. I have some memory. I can plug it in. We have some memory here. Let's see if this gives us what we need. I'm just very surprised that that ROM lets me boot the Mac OS. I'm assuming that's the ROM that came with this set-top box because it was there when I opened it up. Now, it very well could be that that the eBay seller I got it from, or whoever had it before me, did something, you know. Yes, I will turn off some of that stuff once I get booted up here. Thank you. Take a drink of water because I haven't drank anything in a while. Jeez. Yes, I am streaming off of a 2009 Mac Pro. I think it's a dual dual quad core 2.93 gigahertz dual, early 2009. Plenty fast for me. A lot of people have much newer computers than I am. I'm just happy to have what I have. This monitor, I've noticed, is getting dimmer over the years. I think it's just not as bright as it used to be. That, or I'm used to other systems. Alright, so let's... where'd you say disk caching? Is that in the memory control panel? Disk cache always on. How do I turn that off? It's set to 32 kilobytes, so... Turn on 32-bit addressing. Okay. Let's restart. Shoot, I forgot if virtual memory was on. Yeah, this monitor I'm still very happy with. DVI, VGA, composite, S-video. I mean, same with this one. VGA, DVI, component, I think, and composite. Ah, that's right. Yeah, I forget some of this stuff until you're like, I'm knee deep in it, and then I'll remember, and then next week I'll forget. So thank you, Ed, for the reminder. Yeah, I don't know how much memory this is, to be honest, but I guess we'll find out. We have 8 megabytes total. Well, hopefully that's enough for this Tattletech. Alright. Serial number missing. Okay. Performa. Yeah, so it's a LC475. Addressing mode 32-bit capable. Booted in 32-bit mode. Display manager is present. Yeah, let me save. Can I save this? I could print it. Yeah, so this is interesting here. So LC040, yep, MC68040, 24.75 megahertz. PDS slot 1. Board name MEMC Junior, built-in video. Boot blocks. No idea what that is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what the heck? That's neat though. Yeah, so there's no serial number associated with the board. Oh, where did it say that, Ed? I didn't catch that. Unless you're talking about something else. Go back to new bus. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. The horror continues. I wonder if that's in the actual you know, the other ROM. I'm guessing it's reading this information from the ROM. But I could be wrong. The horror continues. I'm gonna screenshot that. Also gonna screenshot this. Yeah, MEMC Junior built-in video. They knew, yes. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted, yes. Alright, well, we ran that. Now here's the set-top box extensions. Really? You don't want to clean up this window? Because it's quite dirty. Everything's stacked all over each other. Alright. So, there are all these initialization drivers. Serial tool. QuickTime. Movie player. E1 component is probably for the networking. E1 player is probably a networking player. It's probably going to crash. Just hit OK, then play. Yep. I expected that. I know, Bruce. I know. Well, very interesting. So for those of you who just joined, we took the ROM from the set-top box, this 1995 unit that's sitting under here, like the pre-production model. We put it in this prototype LC 475 605 Quadra, and it boots. So the ROM is capable of booting, but when we plug it in the set-top box hardware, we don't get the same thing. So, very curious. Very curious. If I'm going to go on for 12 hours, I'm going to need a heck of a lot more super chats to keep me awake. That's not a plug. No, Bruce. No recapping. Oh boy, we already soldered pins onto the prototype board, the other board. I thought, and we made some discoveries. So let me reiterate here. We made some discoveries. This ROM on this board here does work to boot the Mac OS, which is interesting. And just to prove it, I'm going to shut this down. If it lets me. Come on. Oh, come on. There we go. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to take the ROM out. And we're going to boot just off of the built-in ROM here. And we're probably going to see different information, hopefully, than what's on here. And this power supply, I keep having to turn it on and off really quick to get. So that needs a good recapping. I'm very sure of that. What was I going to say? Yeah. So we soldered in some pins to the other board here, which might as well lift up. I know it's a tiny window, but we soldered some pins here that were unallocated, and if we plug a LED into there, it lit up, so that's maybe a spare LED port. We soldered in some jumpers wherever else we could fit them, but we couldn't really do anything with them, especially because the other board was sandwiched on top of it. We couldn't really poke around. But with this here and the 2SI power supply, we couldn't get this to boot up because we couldn't find a way to tell that 2SI power supply, hey, boot up. Oh, Malto! I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I hope I am. But Eep! Thank you very, very much for the super chat. That is awesome. Thank you. I don't know how many more hours I can stick around, but I'll try. You found something in the Git repository about the horror ROM. Okay. I'm curious. We're about to see what the details of the built-in ROM are on this computer. So I hope they're not the same. That would be anticlimactic if they were the same. Oh wait, that's right. We opened up Tattletech. Okay, it opens and then quits. What the heck? Oh, 32-bit addressing. Let's turn you back on. Let's reboot. Maybe that was it. So the Horror ROM was the LC series, used OX7E, while the Horror Continues, Quadra 630, used OX7B. Interesting. That's funny. So I'm going to try and open up that software again, see if we get any differences. I mean, I'm very curious. Oh, here's a Sharpie. I was going to write what's on here. If I had one of those Rominator things, that would be cool to play around with, wouldn't it? Hey, Mac Pluses are awesome. Don't. So, it's awesome that you're an original Mac Plus user. That is sweet. I have a Mac Plus sitting right, not here. Well, that's actually a Plus also, I think. And then there's one right next to it. Still boots up. Sweet. That's awesome. All right, let's see if this Tattletech will open up. Nope, it closes. I wonder why it does that. Let's open up Copy ROM. And so this will name LC475 built in ROM. Oh, that stinks. I didn't know that. Oh, that's annoying. Well, then I don't want one now if I can't do much with it. Alright, so here's a screenshot I took with the built-in ROM. Okay. Let's see if I can find the screenshot I took with the other ROM in there. Okay, let's compare them. If this computer could handle opening up two images at once. They appear to be the same. If this is to be believed, it's the same. Unless that ROM just doesn't work and it's bypassing it. I mean, that could be the case, or this could just be a stock ROM. I don't know. I mean, I think when I got the machine, this was in there, but it was so many years ago. Let me look up this model number here. Yeah, I do have a few different versions. I could try that. It worked fine when I was booted from the other ROM, so who knows? Maybe something got corrupt or whatever, but oh, I need to register this stupid thing. One of these doesn't require registration. This one? Ah. Yeah, this also says the horror continues. This has a date of June 15th, 1993. And June 15th, 1993. So I'm very confused about this now because Raminator 2 comes ready to go. Okay, so maybe I can look into that. So I guess we don't know for sure if it's actually booting off of this ROM. I mean that's I'm curious now. I don't know if it's yeah, that's what I'm curious about. If there's a ROM in the slot and it just like didn't read it, or it detected it was not something, so it defaulted internally. I really don't know how these work. I've never really messed around with them. Seemed to take longer to boot with the set-top box ROM in it. Yeah, I really don't know. None of the machines I'm eyeing have a ROM thing. I mean, I don't think the TV has a built-in... Yeah, so I don't think the TV has a built-in ROM, which would make sense. If this is faulty, then that's why it's not booting. It could also be the fact that this ROM and this machine are identical, but this board has a date of 1993 and this chip has a date of 1995. But when we look at the Raminator thing, or I mean the Raminator, when you look at the ROM software, it's talking about 1993 dates, not 1995. Again, and maybe Bruce, maybe you know this. Can you think of an LC040 machine that would have a ROM in it that I could grab from for testing purposes? I'm gonna look in my bin here. I don't think I have any just hanging around. Well, the 2SI that I have here, let me check. I think the ROM slot is empty. Yep, the 2SI that I have, the ROM slot is empty, so that doesn't help me. Good guess, though. Another Mac that would have had a compatible ROM or a similar ROM. have a bunch of memory sims. I know I have like some cache sims. I don't think they're ROMs though. I don't think they're ROMs, however. Let me check. Let me check one machine. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, let me check the 650. Now I have two of them. Unfortunately, I don't have both of them here. Let me check that one. I'll be right back. I will put on the be right back thingy. Well, do we have After Dark on here? Nah. I will leave that up for now. I will be right back. So I think my Sentra 650 is in the garage. I'm just checking around if it's here. Ah, dang. Well, that stinks. Well, you saved me money from buying one then. All right, let me go pop into the garage real quick. I think that's where my 650 is. With my luck, it probably won't have a sim in there. But if I don't check, I'll never know. So hang tight for a bit. Occupy the chat and talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'll be right back. Well, I went. I didn't actually have to go to the garage. I found my 650, but I looked and there's no ROM slot in there. So there is no ROM in there because there's no slot installed in mine. I will pop into the garage very briefly just to see if there is a Centris in there. I don't think there is. I don't remember anymore. So I'm going to go check really quick. And Ed is going to check his. Let's see, Performa 475. Where's it? See, I have somewhere a Performa which has a totally rotted logic board, but I don't think I don't think it had a ROM on it. I don't think I have a 575. I have a 550. So yeah, and I only have the 1605, and that doesn't even have a ROM slot. Well, I do have a Performa 550. I don't think I have a 580. Do I have a 580? I don't think so. I don't think I have a 580. So I have a 550. Hold on, I have a board over here. Let me look. Yeah, let me go check that out real quick. I don't know, but I'll be right back. Alrighty. Well, unfortunately, I've been unable to find that any other ROM sims, and both of my Centrises do not have a slot. I have one other Centris, but it's not with me. It was on loan to a museum. What comet? Is there a comet we could see? No. The telescope I just tripped over in the garage. Comet Neowise is visible worldwide. How about that? Sorry, Tom. I do that once in a while, and I apologize. I see a big dot in the sky before, but I don't know if it's Well, yeah. Without any additional ROMs or anything, I don't know if I could test that set-top box further. So it's very strange because it should be booting off of this if it could, but it would make sense if it couldn't, because this is a 1995 ROM and this machine is from 93, so maybe it just doesn't like it. I'm going to shut this down because I have to do some more research on these ROMs, I'm sure. And what I'm going to do does the 2SI have the same processor? I don't think so. I think its ROM slot is actually a little different too. Well, this is a memory chip, I think. Sure, I would be happy to do that. If you have a piece of paper or something to type with, Alex, there's not much here. So actually, what am I saying you type? I could type it into the chat here. So let me just do that. And so on the chips themselves, so each has 2 chips, but they're identical. So chips are 341S1062 space LO, and then there's another line that reads 9430, another line that reads copyright Apple, well, copyright 1983 to 93 Apple, and then on the back it says Apple Inc., Apple Computer Inc., AP2552-02, copyright 1995. And then on the front, it has that same AP2552-02. So those are all the numbers I see on there. So maybe, let me see. Let me do a quick search here. I don't think anything really came up. Now we're doing live Google searches. Yeah, no results found if I put in quotes. Yeah, so, And then there's this memory stick, which I assume works. Here, let's test this memory stick on this system, because hey, maybe we have bad RAM the whole time and that's why the machine won't do anything. I don't know. Just a crazy guess. Where's the... I don't even know where anything is anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of fading here, so we probably won't be here much longer. And I said that an hour and a half ago, but I mean it this time. Alright, so we got that. I thought maybe I'd go on for an hour, chat a little bit. Nope. 5 hours, 38 minutes. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, I know others with different ROMs have had some success. So I always suspected I had a ROM that didn't work right. Alright, Alex. Well, that's very much appreciated. Thank you. At least we're not getting a hit that this is like a standard ROM. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. But I would think if this was like a standard ROM you would find in a Quadro or something, we would know by now. So with that memory stick in, let's see how much memory it actually detects. They surely put a curse on this system. That's for sure. I bought one around 2006. There were dozens of them on eBay, and nobody thought they were anything too special. They were only $50. I think maybe a few dollars more for shipping, but now there's two on eBay. One's like 260, one's 350. I would not recommend anybody buying them. Built-in 8 megabytes. Okay, so I think this is the same. Let me see if one of these benchmarking programs will tell me otherwise. That one doesn't want to work. That's right. Let's try this one. Memory. 8 megabytes. Alright, so that's an 8 megabyte memory sim. Should work. Let's see. It keeps turning. Well, because I had the PRAM battery's dead, so that's why. Let's turn that on and reboot just for the heck of it. That'd be good, and I could label the memory at least. Oh boy. Alright, let's see what it says this time. At least something boots, or this would be a very boring stream. But 24 of you are still sticking around, so thank you. Yep, still reading 8 megabytes. So I think that is an 8 megabyte sim. Yep, alright, so we know that. I have nothing else to think of. I'm gonna look at the picture that I took of the where's my keyboard? That I took of. Oh yeah, I won't be able to see it too. Where are you located, Ed? If you don't, general state. You don't have to tell me address or anything. But where are you located? I'm curious if it's low on the horizon for me too. I'm in New Jersey, but LC 575. I don't think I have an LC. My G4 tower just turned on itself. That's a little concerning. Yeah, I have a 550, and I think I have a 5. I have another something. It's a 520, I think, or something like that. Oregon. Okay, so you're on the other side of the country, so maybe it's higher in the sky for me. Is that how it works? I don't know. Anyway, we go try and find that. Window keeps opening on the monitor that's sitting behind me. Let's go back to Flickr here. Okay. Dang. Alright, well I missed it. I went to the Trenton Computer Festival. I never got a chance to go to... I missed it, like the Vintage Computer Fest or whatever. I missed that. I've been going to the Trenton Computer Festival since I was in high school. That's how I got all these computers. Dirt cheap. Nobody wanted Macs. Quadra 840 AV for $5. Yeah. Let's see. How do I search my... There we go. I get confused with Flickr here. They keep changing the stuffs. Alright, I know I took a better picture of the set-top box. Just gonna look in this folder I have. Yeah, let's see. Oh, well, here's a picture of the backside of a... Oh, these are color classics. That's a 630. Okay, here's a picture of my set-top box. And it has the ROM sim in there, so that's the one that was in there. And the power supply had a yellow sticker on it, so I need to find which power supply it is, because that's the original that came with it. Yeah, I don't know if it's still going to happen this year. I know it got pushed. I was going to go last year. I found out, like, the Saturday afternoon, or Saturday evening, I remembered it happened. It was going on, and I'm like, well, it's too late now. I would love to go. I love those things. I was even going to set up a table and everything. I don't know what I was going to do, but I figured, hey, somebody could come. My internet is being weird now. Oh, there we go. These are pictures of the set-top box I took when I got the thing. There's interesting eye photos at the bottom. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Kansas Fest, though. They're doing it all online. The Apple II Kansas Fest. I mean, it's all going to be via Zoom, but I would never have been able to make it anyway. So that's nice, at least. Yeah, so mine originally came with that ROM and this piece of RAM. So I don't know what else I could do, guys, to be honest. I think I've exhausted trying what I could try. A lot of those expos are in California and on the West Coast. I wish I could attend those, but I'm on the wrong coast. Alright, so let's take this apart, I guess. Using the wrong mouse here. I found a data sheet. Alright, I found a sharp data sheet for the family ROM chips. Looks like you have a 2 megabyte ROM sim. Quadra 660 AV. I have a 660 AV, but I don't think it has a ROM slot in it. And I have an 840 AV, but it doesn't have a ROM slot, and it doesn't want to work right now. So that doesn't help me. Yeah. This darn one doesn't want to come off. There we go. Yeah, I mean, if anybody has any ROM chips, I'll give them back. But if you want to mail them to me and test in this thing, that'd be cool. I mean, I know others have been trying this for years before I started to do this, so I'm probably barking up the wrong tree here and trying the wrong stuff. But you never know, I guess. Well, at least you have a slot on yours. Mine doesn't. So now there is one. I have one more Centra 650 AV, but it's currently on loan to a museum, and I asked them to give it back to me so I could recap it, and they kind of told me no, and I kind of was like, look, it's mine, give it back, or it's gonna break. And then this whole COVID thing happened. So, yeah. I don't think this thing has... You know, I'm gonna put the memory back in here, and I'm gonna boot it without a ROM, and I'm just gonna see if it does the same thing. It probably will. Okay, so without a ROM, it does absolutely nothing. And with a ROM, I think it displays a red light. Yep. So that's what we got here. We got a machine that displays a red light, and the other one displays a green light. Oh boy. I've heard of Too Many Games. Yeah, I've never attended, but I've heard of it before. That's all right, of all elements. You're with us in spirit anyway. And in about 6 minutes, wait, I can't count, 8 minutes, I'm going to be going here for 6 hours. I'm going to call it quits. Oh, jeez. I've been sitting too long. Anybody has any questions about anything? Feel free to ask now before I, regain my sanity and leave the stream. It's been fun. These things are definitely a time suck. I mean, back when I was in high school or whatever, I would play around with this stuff for hours. I have a Performa 575 that, looking at the pics of the logic board online, may have a ROM sim. I can check over the weekend and let you know. Well, thank you, Tom. If you want, I don't know that one, Ed, but I do have a killer rabbit. So, Tom, if you want to email me at mac84tv@gmail.com if you find out. Obviously, there's no pressure. You don't have to mail it to me if you don't want to. I would give it back, obviously. I'm just curious at this point. I do have two Performa 500 series. I know one's a 550. I forget what the other one is. I don't think it's a 575, however. Well, thank you, Alex. That would be interesting. I'll see. Unfortunately, a lot of the forums that people were doing this stuff is now offline, but maybe I could find something. Oh, boy. Well, I would definitely recommend anybody not to get any of these machines. Back when they were $50, honestly, knowing they had an LC040 in there, well, if it was a full 040, maybe I would have picked it up. It would have been worth it, but I suppose I could upgrade the processor on here, too, because it's socketed. Ooh. Why would I do that, though? There's no point. I mean, I have a processor from a Quadra 800 and a 840 AV I could put in there, but without the ROM, unless this ROM is too new, it's looking for another. No, I don't think they put other processors in here. That wouldn't make any sense. Now I'm just going crazy. But that would be neat if there was. I don't know. Don't know. So there is a weird slot on here, and people just call it the PDS slot, but I don't think it reflects a pinout of anything else. And that is that card there. I've only seen one other card online, and it's a DB15 video card, which I wish I could find out more information about it. There's a photo of it on applefritter.com. If you search for STB or set-top box, it comes up. But yeah, I don't have any cards that'll fit in there. It looks like a custom PDS card, but or maybe a video card slot. I don't know. Yeah, it is pretty to look at, though. It's in pretty good condition too. The caps don't look like they're leaking at all or anything. There are a few jump wires, or bodge wires, whatever you want to call it, that are jumping from the BT chip to the Philips chip. Here, there's a blue line running across there. But, take that PRAM battery out on here. But, yeah, that's about it, I guess. Oh, I have way too many Macs 2. Way too many. Way too many. I wouldn't suspect it's bad capacitors. They look very clean to me. This was made 1995, so a bit after what we call the capacitor plague. I mean, look, anything is possible. It could be one little component, but it's been doing this since I got it. I would doubt it's capacitor related. Tons of people have tried tinkering around with these things for years, and they've been unsuccessful to get much out of it. So I think it's the ROM. And yeah, like Alex said, this thing probably wasn't used for too long. It's in pretty good cosmetic condition. Yeah. Well, that is good, Ed. If you ever want to get rid of anything, let me know first. I might be interested. I don't know. Well, we're going to end it here in about 120 seconds. Anybody have any final questions or anything like that? I am working feverishly on a video about Macintosh clones. If anybody has any photos or stories about using a Macintosh clone, please email me at mac84tv@gmail.com. Here's the script and my notes that I'm currently working on for multi-part videos. So, yeah, I've been working on this for a long time. If anybody has pictures of their Macintosh clone, if you have one, it would be great to get some of those in a video, because I only have 2. Such thing as a 40-pin to SATA adapter. Yes, you can get an IDE to ATA to SATA adapters. They have those. 1 1/2 dozen Quadra 700s. Don't tempt me, because I don't have any Quadra 700s at all. I would love a Quadra 700. Why don't you email me, Ed? Maybe we could think about it. If you're serious, you might just be teasing me. But, yeah, so if you have any Mac clone photos, send them to mac84tv@gmail.com. But I'll touch base with you, Ed, if I'll reach out to you on the Mac Rumors forum. I'll send you a message. I think I still have your contact info there. What's your username on Mac Rumors? You can email me. You don't have to say anything. But mac84tv@gmail if you want to connect. Yeah. So yes, please send an email. I am more than happy to tinker around with more parts. Shipping will be fun, but we'll figure that out. All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. It's been emotional, as Alex has said. It's been fun. Okay, good. Same username. Sweet. And yeah, it's been educational. We've learned some. We got some lights to turn on, and that's about it. I thought I was getting some progress with that ROM sim, but turns out it didn't do anything. So I think we're gonna have to try this another time, maybe. But thank you everybody so much for watching. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following me on Twitter and Instagram. All that fun stuff. Greatly appreciate it. Working on some really cool videos I hope to release soon. But thank you for joining me for this live stream. And get some sleep or have some lunch or something. Whatever time zone it is there. Take care. Stay safe. I'll talk to you guys later. And yeah. Yes, I thought I found the power button, but I didn't. And that was 3 hours ago. All right. See you later, guys.